Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And today, the administration has done it. The Trump administration. Everybody that watches this in years to come, they have put a blockade of the Persian Gulf against Iran trying to hold the Strait of Hormuz, which causes a problem with oil. Renewable energies in the future, people will say, what were you thinking? But we are here, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what that means. Stock trading riches, just as we've been saying for the last 3 to 4 weeks, is easier if you know how to trade. Even after hours today, there were two spikes, and you could have taken advantage and made some money as we speak several times today. So if you're missing out, no fear. We always have answers for you, but let's get real. Anything that makes money using your skills, that means you must learn some skills if you don't know already. So don't get left behind the 8 ball because they're making it so easy for you to build some wealth while the getting is good. And Wealth Train is leaving the station. And welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Stop struggling now, gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you so much for being here. Please share the videos because you never know who's out here looking for information. And some people aren't looking for information, but it comes through their social media platforms. And oh, by the way, let's just say some few things before we start. If you're watching from any platform, make sure you are subscribed or like the channel because they remove people, by the way. Just saying. All right. Let me see who's in the house tonight. It looks like we have hello everybody in the house. And also Mo Better is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. An investor in the house. And he says, what's up, SSN Nation? You know, what's up, E? We in the building. Thank you so much for that. And oh my, he's already started off. Just smash that like button on the way in. He gave it a 1 piece, ladies and gentlemen. You should do the same. Very nice to see you. Hopefully all is going well on the island, man. I believe you're over there. So hopefully everything's going great. All right. Nice to see you again, Mo, in the house. And another investor, EV Place, is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He brings his tagline. Good evening. How is everyone doing? Exactly. I'm not doing well. My aunt was supposed to have surgery today. And because whenever you have surgery and it has to do with open wounds, you should not have blood thinners within 24 to 48 hours. And I was trying to explain this to the nurse just last night, or not yesterday. I said, what do you mean? The doctor said, give her heparin. She can't have that. She has surgery tomorrow. They say, don't worry, it only has a 30-minute shelf life. So we'll be able to just cut it off sometime tomorrow morning. So today they roll up and they call the doctor and say, hey man, when are we supposed to shut off this heparin? The doctor said, have you lost your mind right now? There ain't no surgery happening today now. She shouldn't have been on there. Can you believe this is our healthcare system, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, I know. It's crazy out here. And EV Place is making amends saying, let me get stuff outside the U.S., inside the U.S. That's wealth building, real estate, stocks, and more. And he brings a tagline. I'll say it twice because he did ask, how's everyone doing today? I answered. Let me know what you guys are saying down here in the comment section, how you're doing. All right, Tatalitan, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Eric B, thank you. What's up, SSN? Thank you. Let's get to it. I like that. You know I love that. That's the motto right there. We can't stop, especially when there's road to riches and the billionaires and millionaires are messing up right now. I used to tell people this all the time. You know they mess up, right? There's always an end. You just got to figure out what that end is. And speaking of the end, thank you so much for mentioning, let's get to it again, the Candlestick Trading Bible. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get you up to speed in case you still have been sitting on the sidelines. Even after I was sitting on the sidelines for decades, I finally decided to learn how to start doing stock market trading. And these Candlestick Trading Bible comes in handy as you can study. So here it is for free. Download it. Doesn't cost you anything. Good thing that you're here. And there's several platforms that's going to have it. So wherever you're watching from, you should have it in your chat room or somewhere on your platform while you're watching this. After this live stream, you will find the Candlestick Trading Bible link down below in the description section, or you just go to stopstrugglingnow.com. That can help you as well. So just saying, once again, thank you for being in the house. All right. Talatan Caesar T, that's you. Welcome once again into the SSN Nation. You know. No, I did not hear about you know what, Larimar. All right. So we'll have to talk about this sometime during the week. And Mo better knows what I'm talking about also. What's up, man? Says Salvatore Campone. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. I'm very happy to see you in the house as well. And of course, it's an equal opportunist chat room. If there's something you want to discuss, so be it. Do it. There's nobody that's going to get blocked. Let's just say what it is. EV place, we are blocking the Strait of Hormuz like pirates. You doggone right. So Medicare is like in Somalia. Exactly. Very well said. You got it. Pirates and terrorists at the same time. Because remember, I don't count when somebody attacks my house. I am definitely not the terrorist after you attack me. Now I have to defend myself and my family. I am sorry at this point. I am not going to be acting like, oh yeah, we're all good. We're going to go negotiate. No, no, no. We can negotiate, but you best believe I already know you guys already attacked me before for negotiating and I didn't do anything. So I'm not trusting you ever again in my life. Sorry. And from a war perspective, well, hey, that's the ugliest of them all. But all I can say is this, like I've always said, I expect certain things from descendants of the EU. That's right, because they perforated all over the world. And there's one thing they seem to do. They talk about negotiating until they say, we'll just take over and we'll kill you all until we get our way. That is history. Now, let's get into it. Because of that history, ladies and gentlemen, you live in 2026, and that means stock markets all over the world are being manipulated. So right now, the Asian markets, right? Think about this. In the last, hold on, oh, don't have it up. In the last hour and a half, you had two opportunities for big upward movements on the buy side, about 30 minutes, 45 minutes to an hour apart. Two opportunities to make money. And I'm not talking about a few dollar bills. All right. Depending on your lot sizes, you could have done damage and just got out. And because of what's going to happen, remember in the Persian Gulf, it's what time is it? It's probably around 2. Wait, hold on. It's around midnight probably, right? Somewhere around there, midnight, 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning, I think. 3 in the morning. Let's say that. If I'm talking about Iran, Tehran. So there could be an overnight discussion by the United States because you know who is going to make a true social post about something that's going to go down. And that's going to affect the markets. So you should be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. You can't sit by anymore because they're just making it too easy for you. Just saying, once you understand the trades, once you understand what candles look like, once you understand the NASDAQ, because they actually mirror each other, like the NASDAQ and the US top 30 stocks, they kind of mirror, just a little delay, but they mirror. So you can figure this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is not rocket science. If you got these DEI hires making moves and calling up their friends and saying, hey, man, before we make announcements, you need to do this. Now, how easy can it get? Right? The DEI hires are telling their friends to go buy stocks. They don't know anything more than you. All they have to do is say, hey, man, buy the NASDAQ and we're going to make an announcement at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So about 1:30, 1:45 before our announcement, make the deal with buy or sell, depending on the situation. But we're going to announce a blockade. Okay, we know something's going to happen, right? There's going to be volatility, so be ready. This isn't rocket science, ladies and gentlemen. This is buffoonery. So let's get down to business. Don't get left out. You're going to have to learn. I gave you the Candlestick Trading Bible. Now, I'm a 9-month newbie, just saying. But I'm just saying, feel comfortable with how you want to trade. But there's so many people online that talks about stock market trading. Sign up in my group, yada, yada, yada. Give me some money, yada, yada, yada. That's not here. Now, once you get the Candlestick Trading Bible, there's a couple of things. You're going to have to get a broker. You can go to TradingView, and TradingView has brokers that's with the United States, regulated. So you can only pick certain brokers, right, with their platform that will connect. They have demo accounts. So while you're reading the Candlestick Trading Bible, you should do demo accounts. So then you can see, oh, let me go look and see about the double top candlesticks and all this other stuff, right? So you'll say, okay, let me go look. So you don't have to spend your money to find out. This ain't like poker when you don't know how to play poker and somebody goes, oh, just get in the game and you're expected to lose. No. Losing is for losers. Just stop. It's not acceptable to lose, but trying to be successful in losing is okay. But just willy-nilly not knowing what to do and then just going, well, I'll just give it a shot. That's ridiculous. But can you believe poker players pull up to the table with cash money at cash games and barely started learning how to play and they feel this way? Well, it's the cost of me learning. That's not necessary, ladies and gentlemen. That's bad money management. So learn your craft a little bit at least if you don't already know how to do it. So next thing is, the reason I told you about TradingView is because it's free. They have other brokers that you can hook up with, but I use a broker that's not under the United States jurisdiction. What do I mean? When I upload my crypto to them, they download crypto to my other account outside the United States, or my own personal wallet, but I've been using Bankers. But that's a whole nother story. Now, I use CoinEx just because, like I said, it's not regulated by the United States. I don't know what to tell you. However you guys feel comfortable, you need to learn, all right? Especially right now, because this is going to continue to go on. We have an election cycle that's coming. We have a Democratic congressman. He's in the House, actually. House member who had to resign for allegation of sexual improprieties. There hasn't been court cases. There's never been anything happening, but just the mere fact of the accusations. Hey, this guy goes, I'm going to resign. Okay, He was running for governor of California as well. So now he's out. All kind of mayhem is going to go down over the next 6 months. You should be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. And the easiest thing to do is learn how to trade, because that only takes your time, energy, effort, and a little bit of money. Again, I don't advise people to start with a little bit of money. You should have, I would say, 1,000. But if you don't, because 70% of the population doesn't have $1,000 in the bank account, you could do this with the smaller half amount, I would guess, but I would not advise. So just saying, all right? Just saying, 1,000 would probably be appropriate. Lot size, smallest as you can have, point zero 0.01s if you can get it. It just depends, because if you do a NASDAQ thing, you could have $1, but it doesn't move. It's just practice, all right? And we'll get into other things. Let's go. We got more. Yes, sir, he says. There's the man making moves in the DR. I'm not mad at you. And I told you before, man, I like what you're trying to do. That is very, very smart. All right. So we'll find out about us doing some business later this week. All right. Oh, by the way, I put out there's a new video coming out. Mo, your favorite CEO, put out another video, man. Yeah, he's out there talking like never before. This is so shocking. For years he sat silent. Had his team, I'll be nice. They had his team out there telling lies. Because we don't believe. You don't believe. No, I don't believe you, damn it. You're lying. You don't believe. No, it can't happen in 2025. Believe me, it can't happen in 2026 either. You don't believe. Oh my God. No, I don't. No. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, inside joke. It has to do with Larimar City and Resort. This is almost a 4-year journey when we got involved, late 2022, which means it was around September, October 2022 when this came upon the scene. And now it's April 2026. So very, very interesting that we are here. But this volatility gives us, I can't do anything? Oh, that's not good. I posted up a video on Shorts and it did a copyright, and it won't let me. It looks like it's some music, which is bad. So that means I have to mute it. They got some music in it, so I'll just mute it and run my own music. So you guys will see it tomorrow, because you're not going to see it tonight. All right, let's go. Post-retirement travel in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He's in the house tonight. And EV Place and post-retirement travel. You're members of the channel, so I humbly appreciate it. And he brings his tagline, how about that stock market? You're doggone right. That's why you back up the truck on down days. This Iran situation may be wrapping up soon. I am buying more. It's not wrapping up soon. No way. No how. Just so you know, I don't believe that. We'll be talking about this for weeks to come. There is no way. I'll tell you why. Because there's more moves to make. Some people are playing checkers. We know who the DI hires are paying checkers. We know this, right? Let's go. Businesses in the house. Oh, yes. Also known in this house as the Seamless Genius, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Another investor, another person doing the damn thing always. Entrepreneur, investor, and all around good person. Brings the tagline, hey boss and SSN fam, happy Monday. Happy Monday to you and the fam. Hopefully everything's going well wherever you are. She tells me prime wealth is a bust, not paying out people good while it lasted. So that means I lost a couple $100. That's not good. Because I made some videos, I was giving a rundown. We knew this could happen. So I get up to 5 weeks, 5 weeks. And it was gonna, now I got to go look. And I was just talking about this on Friday, Saturday. That is a bummer. Well, the website's still up. No payout. She at least came and told us. That's bad. So now I have to take down all the videos. In fact, you know what? Now that you brought this to my attention, I'll just have to take them all down right now. Similar to like most of the Larimar videos. Just saying. Wait, what's going on here? That's not good. Hold on a second. I got some business to handle in the background, ladies and gentlemen. You might get paid because your balances are low. Oh, yeah. Ponzi then. Ponzi has showed up. Well, I don't know if I'm getting paid because I don't have $100 to withdraw yet. It was going to be like another 3 weeks. So I guess we're about to find out, but I have to remove the videos like ASAP. So I'm going to do that while we are live. So nobody else will be joining the platform for that. What is going on here? I'm having some issues. All right, hold on. Come on now, I need to get out of this. Yeah, I have YouTube blocking because of this content scenario. I need to get out of this. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. All right. Well, thank you for at least coming in and letting me know, but I already high risk, high return, Ponzi probabilities, knew the risk already. So that's how it goes. Yeah, because basically once you get more money in, that's more money they have to pay out. So I guess the November or October, I can't remember when you were going over to the UK, is off the table now. But that's too bad. It's too bad. You might get paid. Yeah, exactly. Don't add any more money. Exactly. So I only put in 217. That's it. So it was going to be on a 3 week, 3 weeks and 2 days roughly was going to be the $100 to withdraw. So we'll find out still in 3 weeks because I don't think I can withdraw the amount that I put in. So it's going to be under lockdown. So we'll see. I haven't went to that venture yet. Okay, we got all kind of issues going on in this background that I'm not liking. So with that said, I will get into something else that I'm going to post in the chat room because this is the wildest thing ever. Also, government plan to relax rules on industrial chicken farms. That's right. They are deregulating our poultry industry. What could go wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, you better watch your food supply. I'm putting a link in the chat room so you guys can go check it out. This is in the United States. This is, once again, why would you deregulate? Why would you do this? Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, good news. This is not going to be in the US of A. The best news, UK looks to relax planning rules for factory farms after industry lobbying the 2nd of April. I hope the United States does not follow this pattern, but I'm very happy because I did not read this article. So it looks to people in the UK doesn't even watch this channel. It doesn't go to the UK. Parts of EU. Zero people from EU sees anything that we talk about here. But even though today I have the Persian Gulf as a title, maybe somebody from the EU might come here. And they might be saying, I do overnight stock trading also, because our stock market doesn't open for about another 5 hours. So they might be here tonight listening, which would be awesome. All right. Okay. Too good to be true. Of course, it's too good to be true. All right. I actually benefited. I made over 9K profit. There we go. Yeah. The earlier you're in, the better. You can withdraw, boss. Oh, well, look, I didn't know that. You mean I can withdraw my 217? No, I didn't see where that was possible. And I thought I had to wait to withdraw $100. I only have like $60, I think, in there. In 2 days, I'll have 68 or 69. And then in 3 weeks, it'll be 102 or something. But anyhow, Biznessa, thanks for the heads up. Eric, looks like another Hector coin or another one that the clown establishing crypto stores in Cyprus and Europe. Stick with the Bitcoin and Ethereum. Hey, it looks to be that way. That's the only way it's going to be. It does not appear, no matter how many times we try, does not appear that these guys can make any of this work. It always turns out not just your profits. Well, then you're going to have to let me know how you can just withdraw then. Since you're saying this, I mean, you can withdraw your principal? I didn't try though, but actually it wouldn't be bad. But even though, it don't really matter. That wouldn't be too bad. Okay. I'm having all kind of little deals back here. I'm trying to get to certain things and can't get it done while we're talking. All right. So just to be clear, are you saying you can withdraw your balance at any time? Is that what you're saying? Because if that's the case, hold on. Because I'm about to log in over there, I think. All that kept happening is I'm not a robot, keeps spinning around. Not liking that. But we'll see in a second. All right. Let's keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, if I haven't illustrated if I haven't said enough, this Persian Gulf. Oh, okay. Let's get to the strategic situation. All right. First of all, even if you have air superiority, does not mean rockets and other things, mines and some just straight up launchers cannot hit something in the water. Just let's call it what it is, from a mile or two or three or five or 10. You got launchers, land launchers that can do that. You don't need silos. You don't need anything crazy. So that means there's going to be some mayhem in the Gulf. And seeing that the most ridiculous thing is trying to put boots on the ground, that's just not a thing. You can do that, but that means you're going to lose American lives. Soldiers are going to be dead. So there's no protection coming from that. Sitting out there like sitting ducks is stupid. Second of all, those boats sitting out in the Persian Gulf, Navy boats of the United States sitting out there, that's stupid as well. Third of all, even if you like that little mayhem that's going to continue, then that means you're going to have to move over to the Red Sea, because what's going to happen next, since we're playing chess instead of checkers, they're going to shut the Houthis, the parts that's going to help Iran is going to try and make chaos happen in the Red Sea. So now you're going to cut off the other side. This is not brilliant strategy, because the Strait of Hormuz was open a month ago. But now we're going to spend $1 trillion plus. For what? We are not going to have boots on the ground invading Iran, trying to take over their government. That's not going to happen. So there really is no end game. Except we lost our allies. We de facto possibly got rid of NATO, which is what Putin always has wanted. So he can do whatever he wants in his corner of the world. So this is not a strategic thing. Again, I say mediocre DEI hires who are, I don't understand what these guys are doing. They fired all the generals that said, don't do it. The ones that said, okay, do it, they kept. The guys that said, man, what are you smoking? Crack up in here. They said, oh, no, we're not. Don't you believe? Sounds so familiar by descendants of the EU. Kills me with that nonsense. But anyhow, congratulations, Americans. You just got a whole lot poorer in healthcare, Medicare, Medicaid, education department. Good luck. Social Security on tap next, too. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen, because that money is going to be spent by, oh, 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 oh. No, just your profits. Oh, okay, she said. Okay, so we can't take out the deposit portion. Check out your emails. Thank you so much, Brian P., Mr. Dividend in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he's here, another investor in the house, making that passive income through dividends. Way to go. Oh yeah, that robot's not coming up. So I can't even go in to check right now. Okay, I see I got all kind of issues. I'm trying to get to this prime wealth stuff because I got 6 of them and I need to take them down. No longer to keep the count going. And I will make another, I'm going to have to make another video though. I'm going to have to make another video announcing, no, don't do it. To be fair, hold on a second. I got a few. Let me see, we're up to 5. So there's 4. Here's 5. Okay. All right. I need, how do we, just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I got to make sure I do this. Okay. One at a time. All right. I'm going to be at the emails, by the way, Mr. Dividend. So don't worry about that. I already have them up. I was going to put in some recalls until I got a little bit sidetracked. And I have to do this right this minute. So they don't show. We don't need any other victims, which I don't know if there was any victims. I never even checked. I don't think, because I always said high risk, high rewards. Okay. And then we just dropped one a few days ago. So we're going to take this out. All right. Those are out. Let's see. Do I have another one? Oh, yeah, there is one other. There's one other one we talked about it on the live stream, but that's a whole nother issue. We can deal with that later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Let's go. Check your emails, he says. Okay. All right. Let's go see. Cough drops sold. Uh-oh. Not cough drops. Come on. No. Hyundai recalls 300,000 vehicles because of seatbelt issue. Oh, Jesus. Hyundai is a big-time South Korea manufacturer inside the United States, no less. Remember when Hyundai's building a new factory in Georgia? And ICE went to go kidnap their workers who were training United States citizens because they're using their factory and their methods. And then South Korea goes, hold up, man. We might not want to do this. And the girl that actually works at the facility, who was a United States citizen, called ICE. And they lost like, I don't know how much that factory and manufacturing and jobs was going to be, a few thousand. So they lost all of that in near Atlanta. That is wild stuff right there. And South Korea did what they should have done. They said, wait a minute, man, you guys, we're coming over there helping. We thought we were partners, and you're kidnapping our people or detaining them, putting them in cuffs. Nah, we ain't going to play that like these other weak asses. We're going to actually go, nah, man, we ain't playing with you guys like this. Good for them. All right, Hyundai recalls nearly 300,000 vehicles over seatbelt issue. Um, but this is one of the best stock trading opportunities for the next 6 months to a year. It already started. Sitting on the sidelines. Why? Just learn. It takes time, though. I have to admit, it takes time. And get to your own way that you want to trade, the way you feel comfortable. Some people like stocks. Some people just want stocks and give me passive income. Other people want to try to find stocks that they can get a value from and wait around, which is fine too. Others use the wheel strategy like post retirement travel, and that's like options trading of some sort. Some people just do options trading. So you feel comfortable with and you feel like you can win at profits and stick with it. It's that simple. All right? Don't get too crazy out here. Don't get too crazy. All right, let's go. BMNR is a good stock to buy if you believe in Ethereum. Um, BMNR. That is that is that was going like, I don't know what happened earlier this year, but I believe that was going down. Oh, wait, whoa, I don't want that. Just a second. It's I don't know what's been happening over the last month, but yeah, the Bitmine immersion, yeah, it popped today for sure. It went, well, after hours it popped. After hours something happened. I don't know what, but at least it popped after hours. So that's a good sign. But I think I looked at this earlier. Let's see what happened. Not today, earlier, like a week or two back. And yeah, it's positive 4.72 in the last 5 days. 6 months, though, it's down 62%. So that's a long way down. So I don't, wait a minute, negative $35.34 past 5 days. That's weird. Okay, and then it says past 6 months. It says negative 62. All right, what's the year to date? Negative 31%. So I don't know what they do. I'm assuming Bitmine stock slips as Tom Lee says ETH beating gold shows it's the work. Okay, this is a, okay. This is, okay. Tom Lee's Bitmine makes biggest Ethereum buy since the, oh, yeah. I'm not rocking with Tom Lee. But the point is, do your own research, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever somebody says anything, that's what you should do. Go check it out. See if that fits your trading. All right, EV plays Maduro was de-iced in the U.S. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He was, yeah, that's a whole nother issue. Another reason for turmoil, right? It's a beautiful thing out here. When they mess up, you got to take advantage, and then they close the window, right? Get things back to normal where you have to be out here hustling a different way. But why when you have this opportunity? Eric, I hear you saying, but Laramar project is moving forward. The Facebook and the Instagram marketing fees are very aggressive. I get those constantly. Yeah, because they have to. Because what happened is once you have, first of all, let's talk about Laramar marketing. So when Laramar first came out, 90 to 95% of brokers and realtors did not want to promote the project. They never believed it was going to be built. All right. That's the first hurdle that they always had. So they always had only a small amount of people that promoted them. Now, the good news for them was that I was promoting them. And because of that, they had so many people buy at Laramar. All right, we're talking about dozens. Not only that, we had their own investors from Spain who do not really get updates as frequently as I was doing. They were watching my Twitter channel and getting updates from there, and all saying, man, I love what you're doing. I love it. I love it. Thank you, because we don't get any real information. We don't even know of what the progress was going. So that is how it was going. We here in the SSN Nation were spurring a lot of the sales directly and indirectly. All right. So they were eating off of the buzz that we were doing right here. Now, we won't get into other things, but that's what the facts of the matter were. There were also a few other people, but not the extent of what we were doing here. So once things got a little dicey, like let's just call it about a year and a half, it was 2024. And all of a sudden, it seemed like they're still saying we're going to deliver by 2025. That was crazy. So that's when even more people was on the train of this is not going to happen. So less and less brokers and realtors were promoting it. This is why they had to go on a campaign for doing ads on social media. Anytime you look up Punta Cana real estate, Dominican Republic real estate, and you're on social media, you know how these platforms work. All of a sudden, you're going to start getting something in Punta Cana, and most of the time it's going to be Larimar. And they have a phone bank at their offices that they can call these people back immediately. Now, I'm going to say something because I have to. When people call, they tell them, we're going to build, here's the brochure, we're going to have like 5-star hotels, for instance, right? Okay, we're going to do all this stuff. Fine. But then, like in our case in 2024, people who bought, then all of a sudden, they start sending out new renderings. And people are like, wait, you said that, what's this 9-hole golf course on the Farallon now for? There's an 18-hole golf course in the back, right? We thought that was supposed to be like shops, restaurants, beach clubs, water. What's happening? So, needless to say, I had to throw down a video that I said, hey man, they're effing up, blah, 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 blah. Well, quite frankly, a lot of buyers called them up and said, hey man, what's this dude saying? Is this, what's going on? And I'll just tell you guys, as I told you then, they called up Gennaro and they called up Gwen. And they said, hey man, tell your guy to take the video down. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Because I was saying it's not going to be delivered in December 2025 or September 2025. And there's no way they can build until like 2027, 2028 anyhow. Well, we're in 2026. So anyhow, they didn't like that. So a lot of people were calling up. A lot of people were saying, and you know what they said? Because I was in their office, and since some people may never have heard the story, I was in the office. We had a discussion in the office. Now I'm talking about with the CEO. I'm talking about with the German. I'm talking about with the communications director. We were in the office, and I told them, I started telling them, I said, hey man, I have to tell people when you're effing up. And they're like, no. And I said, besides that, your own investors are paying attention to what I post over in Spain. They're like, what? No. The communications director's like, yeah. I said, I've been bringing people to you. And I was like, I have every right to tell people what's going down when you guys are sitting here. I don't know what you're doing up in here. What are you guys smoking up in here? What are you drinking in these cups up here to be telling people you're going to be able to build it September and December 2025? And by the way, why don't you guys call me? You got my email address. You got my phone numbers. Why don't you call me directly instead of telling Gennaro and Gwen to tell me to take a video down? By the way, the video's never coming down. So I was like, I was like, that ain't gonna work. Not gonna happen. The video's still up, by the way. I don't know where it is, but it's still up. It's about 2 years ago now. So that's how it goes down, and that's why they have to do those social media ads, because there's a lot of people in DR, the brokers and realtors, that don't want to rock with them. And I don't know the status of payouts and other things, but when you have a situation where you're supposed to build something and then after you're promoting it, you find out that one, it's not going to be delivered on time, and then two, they made changes without telling anybody. They just show up and go, hey, we got a 9-hole golf course. Hey, we're going to rock with Sonesta. They're going to make 5-star resorts or 5-star hotels. They haven't built those. Then they're like, again, I got a June 2023 video up. First phase was supposed to be a certain way. This is June 2023. It is much different than what they said in June 2023 versus 2026. So that's why there's some people that's upset. They stop making payments. Like me, I'm not the only person that stopped making payments. So they have probably a lot of others. And right now, I know another person joined the party that bought at Horizon because they lied to him about March 2026 delivery. But the other buyers at Horizon 3-4 years back, they told him September, December 2026 delivery. And you know what the funniest part is? A year ago, the guy tells me he put down, oh man, I'm not gonna say the amount because then they might, yeah. Let's just say he put down more than 10%. He put down more than 20%. All right. He put down more than 30. That's all I'm gonna say. And so he comes and tells me, and I tell him, hey man, you know it's not gonna be delivered in March of 2026, right? He goes, what are you talking about? They told me it was. I said, dude, they haven't even built prime towers. It's not even in, they're still excavating at the time. Or they just started. They might have had one row up or something. But the point is, I said, there's no way they can do this. This is 2025. What do you, he's like, no, they assured me. I go, dude, they would have to be building it right now. So anyhow, I was said, hey man, you might just want to get your money back. I just got to tell you right now. He says, no man, I'm all good. I don't mind waiting for 3 years. I said, you're gonna have to wait for 3 years, dude. He's like, no man, they told me. I said, dude, they've been telling people a lot of stuff since 2022. What are you talking about right now? You're the new guy. Just listen. I said, I'm just gonna give you the stories. You've already put money down. You made it up in your mind. You said, this guy said, I lost a few $100,000 before. No big deal. I said, I see. Fine. Fine. Okay. But now, after March has come up and they haven't even started excavating, well, okay, they're scraping the dirt around. There's no hole there. There's nothing. He finally realizes, oh, sheesh. All this money that I paid. Now, remember, these things cost like 275 to 290,000, 275,000, 290,000. So you remember you got to put down, it's either 50 or 60%. So 150, 160 G's, somewhere in that ballpark. So that's how much he has put down. And now, because he doesn't know when delivery is going to be because they haven't even started building, that 2028 is a reality potentially, even 2029. And when you're a little older, I think he has I can't remember the age wise, but I think he had a 7 in front of his age. And he thought that he was going to have this thing done right now. And he says, oh, good, I'll be able to do something for my fam, this, that, and the other. Blah. Yeah, well, now, not so happy. because now he realizes. So this is another reason why they have to do this advertising that they do. All right. So that's how it goes down. All right. Intel did 25% in 5 days, 40% in a month. You know, this is funny. We were talking about Intel a year and a half, 2 years ago when their stock was like $18, which was ridiculous. And we said at the time, you should invest a little bit in Intel. So it's no shocker that they've come back because they were always one of the top dogs, but they hit a hard patch because, you know, some of these other chip manufacturing companies started saying, man, we can get some others from somebody else because you guys aren't getting with the program. You're not speeding up. You're not catching up. You're behind a little bit. Well, welcome for the comeback. And AMD magically is somehow stock price higher than NVIDIA. And NVIDIA gets all the business. NVIDIA would seem like it's underpriced. It's not even over 200 to this day, which is ridiculous. But all right, you're right. That's what they've been doing. In fact, let me go check this out right now with Intel. It's pretty cool. Intel stock. Let's go. Yeah, look at this. $65. Wow. Everybody, you should be raising the roof. Yeah, look at this. AMD is $246 a share and Nvidia is $189. Okay, just so you guys know, a year ago it was $20. That's right. We were talking about this a year ago and it was a little less. Oh, in fact, yeah, because I was going to say right here it's 1893 a year ago, 1884, 1951. It went down to 17. It could have been intraday, but nonetheless. And we were talking about it right here. And we said, you should pick up a few shares. Just imagine, just 10 shares would have been $170 or something. Now you would have had that 650 with a asterisk next to it because it's undervalued still compared to other chip manufacturers. Just saying. They used to be kind of like top dogs. If you want steady income generation, do option trading wheel strategy with SPY and QQQ. Selling cash, secured puts, and selling covered calls. It has been a weekly income flow for me for years. I've been waiting for the video. Okay, I won't wait for the video anymore because you're on the Mr. Worldwide 2 tour. I get it. But here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do this right now. I don't have this myself. I've never done any wheel strategy. I don't even know what it is to this day. But I don't know how much time it would take, but that's another thing that you guys can do your own research and see if that fits your stock trading strategy. Right? Okay, here. Before I forget, let me make sure I put in, yeah, I did. I put in the CoinX, right? In case you want to learn stock trading, it's MetaTrader 4. Yes, it's not that advanced. You can do MetaTrader 5. That's fine. But the fact of the matter is you got to learn how to trade. And if you want to do the wheel strategy, you got to study. I don't know where you would learn the wheel strategy, but hey, you got social media out here, ladies and gentlemen. I've never even looked this up. Wheel strategy, stock market trading. Okay, let's go see. Best beginner options trading wheel strategy explained. That's 5 years ago, but hey, the same principles are going to probably be in play 11 months ago. So yeah, you can Google and somebody, ooh, the full wheel course, $8,000. Okay, how to print $5,000 to $10,000 a week from wheel strategy, free course from some dude named Invest with Henry. Okay. There you go. There's several people. Wheel strategy mistake 2 years ago. I lost thousands not following wheel strategy rules. So there's several people on here that can explain the wheel strategy. Oh, another one 5 years ago, a different person. Another one 1 year ago, but it's the same guy that was talking about print 5,000 to 10,000 a week using the wheel strategy, free course. Can't go wrong with listening to what he has to say for an hour. Three best will strategy stocks for under $30. Perfect for small accounts 6 months ago. So, yeah, it looks like there's plenty that we can learn from will strategy. Now I can actually go and find out about it because now I understand stock trading a whole lot better than I did 9 months ago. All right. So, yeah, I got CoinX in there. Now, CoinX uses crypto, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, by the way, since it is Monday, remember, I got to do the Bankus. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. The Bankus card. Let's go. Bankus. Everybody who needs to send money outside the United States and wants to use their crypto, people are going to say, Eric, I can use my crypto with crypto.com. I can do all this, that, and the other. That's fine. But they're regulated in the United States. I don't want regulation by the United States. And I don't want them to know where my crypto's going. Because you know crypto is traceable. It's not really anonymous. It's only anonymous by the person. But since you are on a regulated exchange, a central exchange, then you put in your information. So now, since you put in your information, I'm not talking about bankers. I'm talking about a central exchange like Coinbase, like crypto.com. You put it on there, your information's on there, and you may be uploading your ID, your passport, or whatever else, your facial recognition. You're giving up information. Okay, your information's everywhere. But I'll be damned if I need to let them know where my money goes. Right? So, that's why I like Bankus. Because after you make money using stock trading, because a lot of stock trading brokers use crypto to upload because that frees up your money instantly almost. And therefore, they don't have to hold it when you want to send it down. And so I send it down to my crypto Bankus card. But it has a virtual card as well. So that means you have two ways. And the other thing is, if you're across borders, you live in another country or don't, or send money outside of the United States to another country, both of you need a Bankus account. Now you can send whatever dollar denomination you are sending. $500. The person has it in less than 1 minute. The same $500. There's no fees. Now, if they have the virtual account, because that's what the Bankus app does, gives you a virtual card. You don't have to buy the actual Bankus card, which, that's your choice if you don't want to buy the card, because you might want that ATM money every now and then. But all I'm saying is, so with the Bankus, you have several things going. And by the way, yes, you can refer other people. So download the app. Even if you don't want to sign up, download the app. So then you'll be a member of the SSN Nation Bankers. Even if you don't want to do it, you can download the app and then you can see. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays, they have Zoom calls where they go over how you can make money. Because every time somebody uploads, every time somebody buys a Bankers card, whether it's the plastic card for $50 shipped or $100 for the metal card shipped, you get to make a little 5%, 10%. I don't really, that's not my thing. My thing, which I'm probably going to get into about Bankus a little more, but my thing is it's for people that when I upload money or when I want to get rid of some profits, I can send my crypto to Bankus that's in Mexico City. Since it's not an exchange, right? It's not an exchange. You're just putting your money down. Your crypto is sent down. It's put on your card, converted to fiat, not an exchange. So therefore, it doesn't fall under that regulated exchange environment. So that means your funds are instantly available. And you can do whatever you want. Go down to the ATM machine, swipe it, send it to whoever, anywhere in the world, if they need help. But that means your friend needs a Bankus account. So share. And then tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, get on the Zoom call. And they'll go over how you can make additional money by referring people. They're all happy because there's some people referring people every day. And then people buy the card. You get a little percent. Then when people upload their money, you get a little percent, which is crypto. It's only crypto. You don't upload fiat. So again, crypto for your trading accounts, and send outs does not go back to the central exchange. So therefore, the United States or any country doesn't know whether you made money or not. Take it as you will. Okay? And by the way, I don't like broke countries knowing where my money is, because sooner or later they're probably going to take it. Just saying. All right? Do your history. What happened in 100 years ago during the Great Depression? Go find out what happened when they held up you gold and silver stackers, when they said, oh, you don't want to give us your gold and silver? Be patriotic because we're broke? Fine. We'll ban it. And thus was the industry of melting it down, turning it into jewelry. So then you're walking around with your gold and silver and precious metals and stuff. That's how it all went down. That's why people did that. Until 30, 40 years later, they said, oh, okay, we're not going to ban it no more. But this is your government, the American government, the USA doing this like a third world country would do, just like Venezuela, by the way. When they went to, okay, same thing. They said, be patriotic, give us your gold, give us your silver. People were like, have you lost your mind right now? The currency's worthless. We have to pay thousands of this currency for a loaf of bread. So they were doing the same thing that America was doing like 95 years ago, kicking bundles of their dollar bills down the street because it was worthless. But the gold and silver people were leaving, going to another country next door like Colombia. And I told this story many times. When they came across the border, being ecstatic that they're going to get the Comdex price of gold or silver, and then they went up to the place where they sell it. They were like, oh, we know you have a problem. There is no way we're giving you full value. No, no, you're fleeing. There's an issue. Are you good with 3/4 the amount? We know you having a rough time. So what did the people have? No choices. Either keep carrying that stuff or take less than the full value. See how it works, ladies and gentlemen? So that's what happened when the United States went broke. They did the same thing. You don't want to give us your crypto? Your gold and silver, we'll ban it. Just give it to us. Otherwise, it's banned. We'll give you some new currency for it. And people are like, have you lost your mind right now? Banks are closed. People can't even get their money out of a bank. Are you serious right now? You're going to give me some fake money? This paper crap? Have you lost your mind right now? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough. I want you guys to understand what position that you are in right now. You're in the final phases of an empire. The Roman Empire is the history of America, taking over land, fighting wars endlessly, but not tending to your citizens. And then eventually you have no more money to fight wars against the enemies that you created over time. So now your enemies have a chance to put you in your place. Just like when Russia ran out of money, America is trying to do the same thing. So therefore, your military is one of the first things to go, because you no longer can spend hundreds of billions of dollars on military and starve your citizens. Because your citizens are going to say, F this. And now you're going to have less revenues coming in, twofold, taxation wise, and less revenue because people don't have jobs. And now you're losing businesses. Now you're losing manufacturing. And it just keeps going down and down and down. And by the way, I want to congratulate Ray Dalio to finally be one of the billionaires to show up and tell the truth. That's right. Ray Dalio, of all people. I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this for real right now? These dudes have finally caught up with your third world country, but you don't know it yet? He even has the cycle. 7 out of 10. Seven's on the downside, ladies and gentlemen. This is why you need your stock market trading. Tamara Larry, another investor, is here. And by the way, Tamara Larry, there are real estate deals in the DR going down right now. Oh, Mo Better, if you're still watching, I forgot to tell you, man, go check out the WhatsApp group. I left you a message right in your own backyard, which I'm about to tell everybody right now. Tamara Larry, once again, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. By the way, I got something to do real quick. Get myself some water. So we will do this one.
Come on, come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much again for being in the house. Make sure you smash that like button, give it a one piece. Okay, get this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a hotel in El Cordacito. If anybody doesn't know where that is, that's in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, where Los Corrales and El Cordacito is. They have, you know what? I'm just going to go look at it right now. They have, I don't even know where this is because I don't really hang out at El Cordacito. Maple Beach is down by El Cordacito, and so is Captain Cook's, but that area is kind of tight. So I never really hung out down there because the grocery stores are different. They're smaller. I like everything that's over in Los Corrales. Direct line to the beach, direct line to the beach clubs, direct line to the grocery store, direct line to bars, restaurants, nightclubs. It's all right on that side. El Cordacito has those too, but they're on a smaller scale. They have beach clubs too, but they're, different. I don't know where this place is because, like I said, I never walked around that area because the all-inclusive is like a wall down there, and so I don't know where this place is. But I'm just going to show you guys something. So some of you might know. Here's what it is. Some of you might know where this is. I don't know where this is. All right. So the yellow building, if you've been there, you would know where this is. But here's the thing. You guys want to know how much it is? There's 22 units, 3 studios. So here's the breakdown. 3 efficiencies. 9 apartment studios. 10 apartments are 1 bedrooms. 3 apartments are 2 bedroom. 1 pool, 1 salon, and I don't know, 22, whoa. 22 titled apartments. Okay, this is in Spanish, so I have to, it takes me a second. It has 3 buildings. Again, anybody recognize this? They don't give a hotel name. All right. So get this. They want 1.1 million. All right. Now I didn't see this bottom part where the apartments are titled. If the apartments are titled, then that changes this whole landscape. The only problem is I don't know where this place is because they didn't give a name. They just said hotel in Bavaro El Cordacito. No name. I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. But the point is, if these are titled, if these are really 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 9 studios, and if they really are close to the water, it depends. So it's 1.1 million. So any investor is going to ask simple questions. Tomorrow, Larry, I forgot to say hello all is their tagline. Okay, haven't seen your promo in a while. Exactly. I know. I keep forgetting about them because I used to have them lined up. And then I offloaded them to another storage area. So I can't pull them back up and put them in this back office. So the only ones I have are whatever's online until I get back to where my hard drive is. So that's why I can't add the other ones. And that's why you don't see them, because I don't want to keep playing the same ones over and over when there's like 10 or 12 of them. So, which reminds me, I figured out another way I can do it, but it won't, it'll be in a second. All right. Now, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is real estate investing as well. Opportunities galore. So, 1.1 million, right? Now, do you think it's a deal? There's 22 units. That looks like 50,000. Is that 50? Yeah, that is about 50,000 per unit, right? I think so. It's somewhere around there. 1.1. Yeah, that's 50,000 per unit. Which, if it's in America, that would be one hell of a deal. Now, depending on where this place is, because these realtors and these brokers be like, yeah, man, it's close to the water. And so then, of course, my number one question, I just said, forget cutting to the chase, man. What's the profit numbers for the last 2 years? So red flag number one, because I can tell a lot by an answer. $200,000 revenue per year. So, of course, my response was, I didn't ask you what the revenues were. I asked you what the profit was. Because once I know the profit, then I'll know if it's worth it. Right? So they didn't want to give me the profit number. So you know what the next answer is. The next answer is, yeah, it's $200,000. But the land itself is worth so much more if you just tore it down. Well, then sell the damn thing as land, is what I'm thinking. I'm like, you don't need to try and sell me anything because the numbers sell. This thing about 200,000 revenue without telling me what the profit is, that ain't going to work. And second of all, telling me the other part, the land is worth way more. I'm like, okay, well then sell it for the land then too, or whatever you think it's worth. What are we doing here? So anyhow, so needless to say, I was like, whatever. But I will not, you guys can know about it. You know about it now. But the thing is, there is another lever, in my opinion, that could be of importance. I need to know the actual location. Because depending on how close it is to the water versus how close it is to drink bar area, that will matter. Okay? The further I am away from the water, being in El Cortecito, I want to be closer. I want to be at Maple Beach or closer. I don't want to be back behind the reef. Once I go past the reef, you can it's nice, but forget about that. I'd rather have something on the other side if it was available. It could probably cost more. But the point is, it's high risk, high rewards, because they said another valuable thing. We're doing rehab right now. Because, of course, I asked the question automatically because I know DR. I said, okay, man, how much is it going to cost to repair the place? They didn't give an answer. We're doing rehab right now. I already know you're doing rehab. this place doesn't look like it was built like 5 years ago or 7 years ago or even 10 years ago. So I know you're doing rehab. I know the quality of work done around there. And I already know it's not the new quality. So therefore, it's built, let's say, it's going to need rehab. Electrical, plumbing, probably even if they even have sewer, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, there's definitely going to be rehab needed. So that means it's not 1.1 billion. I mean, 1.1 million. That means whatever your rehab costs, that has to, that'll raise your price. So now that we know it's $50,000, I like 50,000 is not unreasonable. If it's within again, if it's Maple Beach on down to the ocean, then we can talk. I could talk. There's a reason I can talk. I'll just tell you guys right now because not everybody would do it. It's based on if this is actually titled, if they're, each of the apartments are titled, that means you can sell them individually. Forget the hotel. I mean, seriously, you're in trouble at the hotel that looks like this in the off season. The off season is now, in my opinion, right? So we're losing occupancy rates in Los Corrales, El Cortecito. I just don't know about this hotels because I've never studied the hotels in Los Corrales, El Cortecito to find out their occupancy. So I may, because now that I realize it's $50,000 per unit, now I need to find out, can I sell these for, like for instance, the one bedroom is easily 170 per unit if it's in the right location. That's 3x. That also means if it's a studio, you can sell that for, let's call it 100. Hell, it could even be 90 grand. It doesn't really matter for studio. But the point is, and then the two bedroom, you could be at 225 to 250 depending on where it is. So if you've got nine, let me go over this again. This is investors, ladies and gentlemen, right? It's just numbers. If you got 9 studios, I'll do some numbers real quick. Let's say you have some studios, and let's say in DR, you can make anything have a kitchen if it's allowed, but that's a whole nother. Okay. 9 times, we'll call it 89,000. All right. We're already at 801,000. We got 10 one-bedroom units. 10 times 170,000. That is 2.5. All right. Then we got 3 two-bedrooms. I'll just be nice and say 220. So that's 660 plus 660. Okay. And it has a pool, by the way. That's it. There's really no amenities. So you're going to have a pool. The pool obviously is going to be older, which probably means you're going to need a new pump or whatever. So you're going to have to spend a few G's. But nonetheless, separately, if you had this place fixed up, which is where this problem comes in, you could do, in theory, you could sell all these at a reasonable, you could have $2 million, right? But you're going to buy it for how much? Let's just say you did something crazy. You tell the guy, yo, man, I'm going to buy it for 990,000. Let's just keep it 1 million, all right, just to make it simple. It'll be less than that, but let's just say it's 1 million because they got to do rehab. Rehab's going to cost you a few $100,000, so you can't be buying it for 1.1. You're going to have to buy it for less than that, right? So 900,000, okay? So if you put in a campaign, had to do rehab, which you don't know what it is right now, but let's just say rehab is 250,000. Let's just call it what it is. And then you sold this as a condo project. There could be $1 million on the table. Just saying. Just saying. This right here, I don't know if that's a good idea. Hold on, we'll get to that in a second, EV Place, but you are right about that. How about parking? Yes, it has parking. I don't have the actual. This is a picture that I put down. You guys saw part of it because I sent Mo. Mo likes, he likes this area, so I sent it down for Mo. Here's the parking though. See in the back of the buildings. So I don't know if that's enough parking for 22 vehicles. It or it should have to be, right? I can't really tell because I didn't get into it that much. It looks like just an open space. So we got one, two, three, four covered parking. And then it looks like everybody else is parking. You can see around the building right there. So it looks like everybody pulls in. And I guess somebody has covered parking, which, let's just put it in perspective. If you buy this and did rehab, then you would make sure that everybody had covered parking, right? So, but again, these buildings all look like mismatch. They look, I mean, I'm not impressed at all. This is clearly older stuff. So, and again, I don't know if these blue buildings, I never really looked at it because I didn't even think about it too much. So we'll see. That's always my question. Although there could be valid reasons. Yep. If the project is making money, then why selling? They're not making money. They're doing rehab right now. So you know what generally happens. So they went through the high season. So they got whatever monies they could get. They figured, just like in Florida, right? You had your tourist season come. Now the rest of the year you've got to figure out that profit that you made, what you're going to do with it. And what it boils down to is year to year. So now they're going, well, I'm trying to see, they're calling it a hotel. Trying to operate a hotel with a potentially 6 months of low season is very hard when you don't have a name brand and you don't and you're not on the beach or anything like this, right? It's very hard. And how much can you charge? By looking at these pictures, you are not going to be charging people an arm and a leg. Just so you guys know. In fact, while we're talking about this, because this turns into real estate investing, while we're talking about this, why don't we just do this? Where can I go? Let's go to what Priceline, right? Why don't I go try to find El Cordacito hotels? Their picture is probably going to be of that yellow building, right? It has to be because that's the only thing that looks good. Cito Hotel. I should have asked the name, but I didn't. Because I was like, when he said rehab, I'm like, we're doing rehab. I was like, well, the next questions start being, well, how many units actually are available, right? I didn't get into none of that because I didn't read the very, very last part. Because I was just like trying to show Mo. Because he loves that area because they have high occupancy rates, but it's actually high occupancy rates in Los Corrales. Um, tell, come on. Let's see if I can narrow this down. I don't know if I can. I'm on Priceline right now. Here we go. Corrales. Okay. I I guess we can get there because they have a map. So let's see if we. Sheesh. Okay, it's April. Let's go. Let's go in like 10 days. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's go 10 days. Oh, how many nights? Not one night. Hold on. I gotta go midweek. Monday through Thursday. I'm assuming that'll be low time. So hopefully it'll be available and we'll see it pop up. Hopefully. Then we can get an idea because if you can only charge like $60 a night, $50 a night, even for the one bedrooms or two bedrooms, and then you only have like a 50 or 60% occupancy, that's not going to be good. All right. Corrales. No. Where's the map? Okay. Really? This says 1,246 hotels in Punta Cana. Good God. That's a lot. That's a lot, but these count as hotels, which is wild. All right, we got into the stock market trading. I gave you guys enough, so I hope I implore you who are not stock market traders or who know a little bit and have started that you really consider trading this week. All right, if you already know how. If not, then study. I gave you the Candlestick Trading Bible. It's a PDF you can download, so download it, please, and get on the business at hand. Okay, why are we having these difficulties tonight with this? All right, so I was going to try and find it, which, again, I don't know the name of it. Hold on a second. You know what? Since I went off the rails, since we started talking about real estate and off the outside, this is still assets. This is a good asset potentially, right? Who doesn't think this is a good asset potentially? You could make, again, you could make 2 mil on sales. You could also do pre-construction, which then would help you do the rehab. Right? Right. Okay. So I'm giving you guys something to think about. Because now I'm thinking about it. Right? I wasn't thinking about it earlier today. But now I am. Maybe it is a golden goose that could lay the egg, but we need to know the location. I'm gonna find out. Maybe not. I hope I can. We'll see if I can. We'll see if I can. Oh, come on. Let's see if I can. Oh, that's gonna be a bummer. It's gonna be a bumper. All right, we're gonna do two things, and I'm not gonna be on here too much longer. But you guys know I love real estate investing, especially in these times. Especially. By the way, has Dominican Republic released their tourist numbers? It's the 13th of the month for the month of March. We're going to find out that shortly as well. But let's go hunting. This could be a good hunting device right here. You do realize if you own this, you have options. Because if this is truly a hotel, instead of just 3 buildings, then which it kind of looks that way. This I'm hoping the buildings are uniform, but all I'm trying to say is you can make your own. There's 22 units, and even if each unit was $100,000, that's 2.2 mil. Just saying. So you can easily be, when we went to what, 2.3? You know you sell the first ones at a lower price, and then after you sell those, it moves up, right? Right. Okay. Let's go. How do you like that, ladies and gentlemen? We could actually be in business. Can you believe that? Just by bumbling into it. Let me see if I can. Come on. You serious right now? Uh-oh, here we go. Let me see if I can find something out. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This could be one for the ages. I've been wanting to do something else besides wrecking the music business in real estate. I would go back to the DR if I'm controlling it. And if this is truly titled, they say all units are titled. You've already eliminated 1.5 years of headache. Because that would mean you could, if, okay, I shouldn't say that because I have to hope that they didn't, that all 22 titles are owned by one person. That's the thing. If they did this other crazy, then that could be a year and a half, depending. But anyhow, we can get to that later. But nobody would have a problem if you said, "Hey, we're going to reconfigure this, turn it into a condos, and it's going to be a year and a half or 2 years for delivery." Nobody would have a problem with this. Especially how close it depends on how close it is to the water, right? Okay, let's go. Let's go find this joint. Okay, I'm down in here. Why am I seeing crazy numbers? I'm seeing like, what is this $1,800 thing? Okay, this is absurd. This is absurd. All right. They're not showing me pictures. So I got to go hunting? Are we serious right now? Okay. All right. Yeah, this could be anywhere. Oh, wait a minute. I'm having pictures. Hotel Maracas. Let's see. Well, can't tell if that's it. That'd have been nice if it is, but that's $74 per night, which would make sense for the way this place looks. That'd be my guess. That would be my guess. Let me go see if we got lucky. That's on the corner. I don't think this is it though, but maybe we'll get an answer tonight, but no, it's late night there, so doubtful. It's 10:30. That's 10:30. Yeah, that's a bummer. It has to be because this place has to be cheap, right? I can't see how this would be. I I just can't see how it would be 150, 200 a night because that would eliminate them from that. That would be insane. The way this place looked on the outside, I don't even know what it's going to look like on the inside. All right. Um, I'm gonna have to do it a different way. I'm not gonna sit here and wait and wait and wait while this stuff is populating. I have too many things open. CDJ, I see you. Elden Blade, I see you as well. Thank you so much for being in the house on other platforms. Everybody, make sure you smash that like button. Okay, Hotel Maracas or Maracas. Um, C65. The only reason I picked this is it says per night $24. Oh man, that would be crazy. Um, oh, we got a yellow building. It is. There's a yellow building, a blue building. Yep, yep, yep. I think we found it. It's get this, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 nights is $74. Okay, this is not sustainable. $24 per night. And by the way, the parking is here. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just go to it. Let's go. This is real time investing. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that question about parking and all this other stuff, and there's some rehab going on. Well, we're here. Check it out. How cool is this? Okay, how cool is this? Get my CEO in the house. Let's go. Make sure you smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Speaking of how about parking, here you go. Check this out. Real time investing for real estate tonight. Blockade of the Persian Gulf. Be damned. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Look, there's the yellow building. There's the blue buildings. Remember that parking question? Now I'll show you guys. Where's that at? The pictures we have. Okay. Right? Oh, hold on. Let me get this up. Let me change up real quick. Let's change up. Okay, there you go. Let's get a little closer. There's the blue building. In the background, there's the yellow building. There's the blue building kind of around there. So now we found it. Interesting. And by the way, CT, you can't touch this. Just playing. All right. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think we found the location. And they are only charging $24 per night for those 3 nights. It's $74 total on Priceline. Airport transfers, of course there is. You can always call to have that. Look, they don't even show that pool. They're showing dinner. They're showing this. Okay, potentially cool room, I guess. They're showing another potentially. This is not. This right here, the purple, that could be okay. This right here, not okay. All right, here we go. They have a fit. What is that? Is that a jacuzzi? Can't tell. Okay, they have things on the window. Okay. Here we go. Not acceptable. No. This gives me Indian vibes. Red walls is always a negative. Negative. Yeah, look. Some more of these burgundy. No. Okay. No. No. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, no elevator. I see they did a little rehab, but okay, this red stuff, come on, stop. This blue stuff also, and they got lines on the, okay, come on. Ay. They have a little seating area by the pool area. This is just a, we got a little bar and, all right, fine. It looks like it's right, hey, it's walking distance to the beach. It's right across, it's right near Maple Beach. Okay, investors, put your hats on. What do you think? Okay, first of all, I'm not seeing any kitchens. What do they mean these things are entitled? I don't see, they keep showing beds. I don't see any kitchens. They said it was 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. They have 65 photos, and they keep showing me this purple crap, this red crap. I'm not a fan. This blue crap. Oh man, we went through 65 videos. And they even have hookah in the joint. Okay. So there's no kitchens. So what do they mean by 2 bedrooms and 1 bed? But the good news in DR, you can have electrics. But electrics is expensive. But it's still easier to do rehab with electric stove. Well, first of all, you're not going to qualify if it doesn't already have it. That's a rehab in itself. Dang. They don't do a good job here. They don't even show their property. Look at this. It's like they're trying to hide it. This is all we get to see right here. I mean, this is weird. This is not good. This is not good. I mean, this is not good. They don't even show the pools. Hotel Maracas. Okay, fine. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Are these out of 10? Because 5.2, 5.0, 5.3, and 6.1 does not do us any good. I don't know. They're saying they have a restaurant, business center. Oh, thank you. Bar, poolside, snack bar. What? Car rental available, shuttles. Okay, that's first aid kit. Okay. This is funny stuff right here. What are they doing? Okay. Ironing amenities, fire extinguishers, safety deposit box, smoke alarms, balcony terrace, air conditioning, good. Room service, outdoor furniture. Okay. I'm on Priceline. I'm going to get off Priceline. All right. All right. We're going to get off Priceline. So now that we know the name of this joint, why don't we just go to their website? Right? Hotel Maracas. Okay, Hotel Maracas. Punta Cana. Now we get down to the business at hand. All right? Now we get down to the business at hand. Let's go. Here we go. Oh my God, that blue has to go. Can't have bright colors like that. It makes the building look dark. Exactly. You need to have light and neutral colors. Exactly. Need to have lighting coming in. Exactly. You got that right, man. This is why this is an older property, clearly. And that's why they're talking about rehab. And they don't want to do the rehab because they can only charge $24 per night in the month of April. Midweek right now, right? Okay, so wait, wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, I was going to say, I'm like looking for us to be moving, and I'm not moving. I'm on these, we're not moving. Come on, let's go. Let's get off of this. All right, what's going on here? Okay, I know what's going on. I got several things open. This always happens. All right, let me know what you guys think. We got investors in the house. Do you guys think this is potentially a good deal or not? I can't really say yet. We need to get more info, right? I can't really say. We need more info. There we go. What's this right here? Okay, 290. Oh, 2.7 out of 5 stars. They do have their own website. If their Priceline website is any good, this is bad. $25 a night, April 23rd through April 24th. So they are doing $25 a night. They have a 2.7 rating. They're using double beds in bedrooms. They got all kind of mistakes happening. Huge mistakes happening. But the question really boils down to several other factors. These appear to be just hotel rooms. Let's go just go see this real quick. I've I've never stayed at a place that's like two two something in reviews. That's traditionally not that's not even holes, bad services, no clean sheets, and in the slums. We had a man threaten us for money with a knife, came to our door, the hotel gave him our room number. What? I had 2 nights reservation through booking and they didn't respect the not
that not cool after a long flight and tired, so do not use this term. Oh, 8 months ago, misleading customers in my own experience at room 101. Water kept coming up the floor at all times. They're on a septic system. They got a septic. I put a towel at the bathroom door to prevent it getting in the bedroom. It has closet, but unuseful. It's not prepared to hang your clothes. This is all. Oh, we got pictures. First of all, I want to say this hotel located a completely different address. The location is not near the beach, but near the clubs. Drink Point. This is definitely a no-go zone, which is 2 kilometers away from what is indicated on the booking site. Taxi drivers spend a lot of time. No. Okay. All staff, zero English. Water is only cold, very weak pressure. Yeah, yeah, no. No. Not gonna happen. Not even gonna be a no. They've lost their mind. They've lost their mind right now. Are you serious with this? This is nowhere near where they said it was. This is by Drink Point. This is absolutely a no-go. 1.1 mil. Not even gonna happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that puts an end to this exploration. This is a no-go. All right, let me know if any of you would invest in this property. Okay, Drink Point is on a whole nother street. It's where the older section of El Cortecito is located. Yes, there's shops. Yes, there's banks. Yes, there's stores. Yes, there's restaurants. Yes, there's bars. Yes, there's... But it's in this other section that has the nightclubs and the elements. And it's also where locals also live. So it puts you more out of a touristy area, even though it's still touristy, but that puts you into like this section, a city section of this El Cortecito area, which I never stayed over in. I wouldn't want to anyhow, just by the way it looks. Is just like this building looks. So the fact that they put on Priceline that they were a block from the beach and they're, like they said, a kilometer away. It's probably a kilometer and a half to when you get to Drink Point. And if you're on Drink Point, then there's no way you want to be over there. I know people stay there, but that's why it's $25 a night. And that's why they have these low ratings and people saying, don't stay there, run, don't do it. That's disappointing because the fact that they're back there means this place is definitely not worth 1.1 on the first part. So even with the grandiose idea that you can go and fix it up, I wouldn't want to because of the area. You'd be redoing something in an area that is a 2.0 area. These ratings of 1 out of 5 and all that stuff is for real. There's a reason. That's so sad. Very sad. Very, very sad. Look at all these places. That's, sheesh. Thousands of places available around here. Sheesh. Priceline do they do short-term rentals yet? I don't think they do. This right here, that's the AC Hotel. Let's see. What is that? Can't. No, downtown's right there. I don't know what this would be. But, all right, ladies and gentlemen, what's up? We had a nice little adventure tonight going off into the real estate. Is there anybody that believes that we should invest in this area? It's near Drink Point, just so you understand. That's a area that's older, all right? It's older than El Cortecito, in my opinion. It has to be. It looks way older. There's rehab going on along the street, but again, there's a reason they have the nightclubs there. They have these little shops, little restaurants, just down the whole street. It's a main artery, by the way. There's all-inclusives if you If you go up to where Drink Point is, you go left, you can go into, well, probably a kilometer and a half down, you get into the highway, run into the highway at the light. If you go right, you can go to White Sands, and you also go past a couple of all-inclusive resorts. They're the entrance, by the way, to one or two of them when you go right. Because there's a wall on one side all the way down. Those are all inclusives. So, anyhow, that thing would have to cost way, way less. It's way less to even. I mean, I can't even recommend doing anything there because it's amongst other older buildings. They're all going to be lined up. All right. This is in a section where there's no city planning really, and that's why this looked kind of weird. So, and that's also the reason why I never saw it before because I don't hang out in that section. There's no reason. There's only two reasons. Actually, I should say I went there because I needed a rubber stamp for my SRL because they still use rubber stamps like it's 1955 to make sure your business invoices are your business invoices. Crazy. So anyhow, one of the places that do the rubber stamps was in this section of town. And so I drove, I didn't even know it was there, but the guys took me over there. I was on a little moto going, and all of a sudden I come and I didn't even know Drink Point was up there. I go, oh, there's Drink Point. That's what I seen on YouTube. Okay. I didn't realize it's back here. And then we drove down the street and I was like, this is kind of effed up around here. And it was flooding too. It just rained that morning and part of the street was flooded. It was crazy. I was like, so we went down to this office place that's there and they got everything. Yeah, I know. It was wild. I was like, okay, so if I need some office stuff, I know where to come. They had everything. It was just a little hole in the wall spot, and then they had a bank 2 doors down. And then you run into the highway, which was a light for the highway. And then there's some more restaurant shops, but sure, they're going to do rehab one of these days. No problem. But no, I don't see how that could work out unless they're going to give it to somebody for like half of that price that they want. So now I can tell these persons all this stuff that I asked them. I don't even need to know now because now I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, look, they're just trying to tell me right now it's not on Expedia. I'm like, yeah, I just found it on Priceline. $24 a night. What was that? We did April, was that 13th to the 16th? Something like that? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to tell them like it is. Uh, what are they smoking crack? Is this okay? Okay, hold on a second. Maybe it's not Hotel Americas. Maybe it's something else. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's find out. Oh, that was AC Hotel I was looking at when it said 135. AC Hotel still costs the same. They still charge the same 135 that they charged in 2024. Just so you guys know, when we did the SSN Lifestyle Music Festival, I had the band stay at AC Hotel because that was one of the only hotels in downtown Punta Cana at the time, and it's a Marriott. They had free breakfast and somewhat of lunch, and I got a group rate, of course, but if I did not have the group rate, it was going to be 134.95, and 2 years later, they're still charging 135 per night, which is very interesting, which is expected. I should just say it. It's expected. This is for April, though. I don't know what they were charging like January, February, March, but at least they're a 4 star. 4.5. Yes, it's a very nicely done what they did. It's nice. Okay. Interesting stuff been keeping me up a while. I wait for the market to drop. Exactly, MDA0214. Because did you catch the pops? Even after hours, it popped twice. I don't know what's been happening since I've been on for the last almost 2 hours, but there was two more opportunities about an hour and a half ago. Over 2 hours ago. You had 3 or 4 hours ago. You had an opportunity. It popped up, and then it started coming down before I went on the stream. It started consolidating again, and it started tilting down. I believe it was on the Nasdaq. So yeah, man, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. Thank you for being in the house. We were talking about stock market trading, but it got sidetracked because there's a deal that came onto the table. And now I'm talking, these guys are up late night and they're talking smack. I'll even tell you, I mean, well, they're not really talking smack, but I'll just tell you what the representative is saying. All rooms are booked these months. Okay, I think I found the hotel. The property hasn't been renovated. It's exactly as shown in the photos. Also, the price is the lowest. There are no discounts. The apart hotel doesn't have Expedia or Booking. I think they're talking about Booking.com. The property is like a condominium that is rented out like Airbnb because it has been around for many years and the clients know the property and arrive on their own. The owner has been operating this way. However, if you want to implement a more sophisticated business model with more conditions, that's your decision, but the owner sells according to his concept. Yeah. What is the name of this place? So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap this up. Let me know what you guys think. Anybody else out here have anything to say about this? But again, they responded to my stuff, but they won't tell me the name. I think that's it. I don't see how that's not. I just don't see how that's not it. Unless it was next door. Unless Hotel Maracas is next door because those buildings are all separate. But he's saying it's an apartment hotel. I'm finding and they're saying that they won't that they hold on. They're saying that he wants his 1.1 mil. That he's not, and they're saying I read it. You guys heard what I read. They're saying they're running it as a condo right now. So this might not be it. This might not be the place. Okay, why is this? It's going to. Why is it going here? I don't understand. I'm not. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. Let's go. Let's go. I'm curious now. Where this place is. Maybe it's not them. They're claiming, but there was the blue pool. Yeah. See, they didn't really show to. Oh man, on TripAdvisor they have a rating of 1.9. Jesus, out of 5. Less than 2. So we have the yellow building, we have the blue building. But this may not be the place. They're saying it's a condo project. And if that's true, then okay, so if people own it, then how is he selling the whole unit? That doesn't make any sense. What are they saying? The property is like a condominium that is rented out like Airbnb, but it has been around for many years, and clients know the property and arrive on their own. It has been operating this way. Okay, the property hasn't been renovated, so there are no. Turner's been operating this way. However, you want to. Okay. So, who owns condos? Or it said 22 titles. Yeah, okay. Now that they said that, they're not responding after I asked, what's the name of this place? They won't give up the name, just those pictures. Typical for DR. Think we done called the bluff. I'm pretty sure they're either right next door or something. They got to be next door. If this isn't the place, then they have to be next door to it. Okay. Well, if you guys want to hang out for a second, we're going to do something else. You know why? Because I can use my phone easier, and they won't answer. Typical. Typical. No shocker. Maps. Let's just go find this. All right. And you know I'm going to get Street View in a second. Oh, look. Oh, hold on. I'll show you guys in a second. You can see it. Look. There's Drink Point. What'd I tell you? It said it was up by Drink Point, and sure is. By the way, that street that you see coming over here, over there, that's the street from El Cortecito up to Drink Point. And again, if you go on the side where the red dot is, and you go out towards down here, where is it? Where are we at? But anyhow, you guys get it. This is definitely the building. This is definitely the stuff. They're not showing the outside of this building, though. They're not showing the outside of the building. So I can't tell. They're still showing these funky. They won't show the building. They won't show the outside. They only show those same funky effed up rooms. Okay, so let's go down the street. Yep, there's White Sands. Let's go for a look-see. Let's go for the look-see. Oh man, it took me out. Why is this okay? Maps. Okay, we're gonna go down the street. Let's go check it out. Now, okay, here's Drink Point, right? Just in case you guys never been to Drink Point, this is Drink Point. All right, That's where you run into. And then you make a left and you go down this street. This is the section. All right? Simple 2 lanes. Nothing crazy. And they have lots of bars lined up because that's where Drink Point is, the nightclub. You guys can Google on YouTube and you'll see. And here's one of the first little restaurants right back here. Right? I've never eaten at none of these locations. This looks like Delicios de Bavaro. All right. Gas station, Texaco across the street. All right. So now, let's go run down. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here we go. Here's Hotel Maracas. All right. There's one white building. Next door is that yellow building. But this yellow building is... Oh. Look. Yellow building and blue bottoms. Does that mean that's the blue building in reality? Guess we're going to find out. Or are we? Here's a blue building. Could it be that close? That's the Hotel Maracas. But this has shops underneath. So I don't know if it's Hotel Maracas. But I think it is because look what we get next. So you guys can see what I'm referring to, why that neighborhood for me is not the thing. It's not conducive for building and putting stuff here. Here goes a business. Clearly no yellow anywhere. Or that blue. Some more businesses. Yeah, it's wonders when you have satellites. Then you go down even just on the other side of there. Look, another business. See, it's not even, nothing's happening. Oh, by the way, here's your sewer. One of my pet peeves. Yeah. Once again, this is an older section. Then we get down past that business and look, a wall and just shrubs. There's nothing. That's what I was saying. I was like, how is this even a thing down? Look at this. See, all the way down? And on the other side, across the street, let's see, is this. A wall all the way down. Until you get to like the Texaco. So I guess there's an all-inclusive in there or something. I don't know. Never been in there. So that has to be it because there's nothing else on this street. And the representative for the seller is saying he's hell-bent on his 1.1 mil. Here's the next buildings coming up. See, here's a hotel, but there's no pink from what they showed us or white. So this isn't it. It has to be that one with the yellow. There's no other option on this street. Nothing. See, there's nothing here. Look. There's nothing. There's nothing. That has to be it. Say we're just going down the street. Pretty soon we're going to get to that office I was telling you guys about. Right, got the is this it? No. Yeah, see, it's just older buildings. There's nothing's happening. See, it's just these older buildings. And sidewalk. That's it. All right, there's nothing here. That's why I'm like, I would never stay up here when I can stay at the beach. That's why people are upset when they told them 24 a night, which was cheap. It was, you should have been skeptical, and then come to find out you're nowhere near El Cordacito, but you're up back here. And now the beach is like, well, from here it's like 2 kilometers away for sure, or maybe 2.5. But that's a travesty that they're promoting it like it's close to the water when you're way back here by, in fact, next door to Drink Point, which means on a nightly basis, you got music and traffic. Yeah, see, another older building. See, this is an old section. So I'm going to stop right now. We're getting close to where that place is, where I got the... in fact, this is the building right here, whatever that is. Looks like apartments, but you can see this. These are all old. I mean, probably built in the 1980s, 90s. So, Avenue España. Okay, here we go. Eric, I know exactly where that Texaco gas station is. That's a 4-way intersection. If you go right, you get to Barceló Resort. There you go. Right. And if you go left, you get to the Royalton Resort. Exactly. I can't remember the names of them, but you're right. That's exactly right. Yep. And so that's it. And so that appears to be, we're on it. They haven't responded, but I'm pretty sure we found Hotel Maracas is the one. All right. So you're not trading out while on, should be dropping shortly. Easy money. I know. MDA, I'm going to be off here real quickly because we've been on here 2 hours. And I hope everybody understands that just what MDA is waiting for is what's happening right now. It's only 11:10 p.m. Eastern time. So people, no, we still got to wait on the London stock market. The Asian market's open. So there should be some movements coming up in the next, if not in the next 20, 30 minutes, it's going to start popping off in about an hour. So there should be something happening. And again, I like that Trump and his DEI hires, they like to, he likes to post stuff overnight. So what's going to happen is there's going to be some pre-market movement, and there's going to be some movement from the EU. But the majority of the movement always comes when the United States stock market opens early AM too. So you have plenty of opportunities because I am pretty sure the whatever happened, let me know. Strait of Hormuz blockade. Did it happen? Let's go find out. I'm curious. Okay. Okay, so Trump warns Iranian. That was 18 hours ago. Okay, what happened in the last 5 hours? Well, it's nighttime there. Okay, 4 hours. Live updates. U.S. military. Okay, CBS is owned by Ellison, the billionaire Ellison. Jesus. The Billionaire Boys Club. They're not going to say anything about it. It says it's nothing that Rubio to participate in Israel-Lebanon talks Tuesday. What is this? Dude, you're sitting over at the UFC fight, and now you want to come chit-chat as the Secretary of State. This is just buffoonery. So you have Jared Kushner and who was the other guy that, J.D. Vance, go over to talk to Pakistan and Iran, disrespect. And now you're going to send Secretary of State to Israel, Lebanon talks. When Rubio already said he's with Israel. So how is this neutral party making some sort of being a medium between countries when Israel's at the table, Rubio, who backs Israel's at the table, and Lebanon, who Israel's attacking, are going to do what? This is crazy. This is crazy. First of all, oh my God. Okay, Israel has no interest in any ceasefire, any agreements, nothing. Do you guys know that they are telling people in the UK, Jews in the UK, to move to Israel? Do you know what they mean by move to Israel? Do you guys know anything about this? Their move to Israel means they're not building a house. They are taking a Palestinian's house and telling them to get out. Right. Descendants of the EU that they did to the Indians, the same thing they're doing to Palestinians. And telling them to get out, and Israel will kill you if you don't. Or some other UK resident will come down here, and in the UK, they're touting it as a non-profit endeavor backed by the UK government. That's right. These, makes me so mad that these guys, and then they are attacking everybody to get their land and having people take over their land. Now you understand why some people may fight. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody landed in your country and then told other people to come, and then they start moving you out of your place, I don't think you're going to be very happy. And after they do it to about a 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, and they're killing your friends, loved ones at the same time, I don't think you're going to be sitting around going, oh yeah, we're the terrorist, after you retaliate. Do you? I think you're probably gonna, I don't know, kidnap some people, try to hurt these Israelis. You would too, I would hope, unless you're gonna be like Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz and have some buffoon talk about you and your family and disrespect you, and then you come kiss his shoes. That kind of weak ass stuff, man. This is so disappointing, man, that we got so many weak men in this world, in this country. But hey, this is what happens when you have a soft behind and you can take stuff without having to earn it. That's how it works. All right, enough of my little thing. But I'm just saying, we're going to have turmoil. And you need to take advantage of it, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to let this stuff sit on the sidelines. You got plenty of activity happening in the stock market all times of day and night because of what these guys are doing. And just keep one thing in mind that I just said. There will not be a ceasefire. Israel is involved. They finally have a president, the only president that would go to war for Netanyahu over the last 30 years, of him saying, Iran almost has a bomb. He said that 30 years ago, 25 years ago. They're 2 weeks away. 20 years ago, they almost have a bomb. 10 years ago, they almost have a bomb. 5 years ago, they're weeks away. And in 2026, days away. And we have the only president that did not listen to their intelligence. And the intelligence now says, no, they're not. By the way, there's been a downtrend over the chart said possibility was coming, and it's happened. It started, this is on the top US 30 stocks. It started 5:35, 40 minutes ago. The downside, the chart says a possibility. You could have checked it about 40 minutes ago. The next candle probably would have, if you didn't enter already, you probably would have entered after the next one. And it went from 48, let's call it 277, or down to 48,256. And it's going down. So there's activity, depending on what your lot sizes are, would matter. Something must have happened. And it's going out of the, oh wait, I don't really know. It's going out of the, I don't have it set right. But I think it broke. Yeah, let me see something. We got a long, nope. It's hit its low side right now. If we're talking about just the last few hours, it broke that one too. So it's moving downward as we speak. The U.S. top 30. NASDAQ's going to match. Well, nope, it's not matching. Nope, just the top 30 U.S. stocks. U.S. 30. Yeah, it broke the bottom of the last, what is that, 4 hours? Yep, broke the last 1 hour, last 4 hour, below it. Yep, it's, so there was opportunity, like it, yep. So, let's see, not bad. Let's see, it might be at the end because it actually is at the 4 hour low. So there could be, there should be resistance there because the big candle came up right there. So there's going to be resistance, in my opinion. We'll see. We will see what happens. But not bad. Not bad. Yep. It's showing a little resistance. So you could have been going the whole way down. You had the signs. Could still actually go down, but it's hitting the 4 hour low roughly. I don't think it's going to go below this. But everything else was predictable. It's going to have some resistance right here. Pretty clear. We'll see what happens. Let's go see what happens. Let's go. We'll go right here. Yep. Yep, it hit its resistant level. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is why you got to go learn this stuff. You should learn this. It's going to come in handy. And then pay attention. But yeah, in the last 45 minutes, people were making money while we were talking. Gotta love it. All right, let's go. We'll talk to you guys on Wednesday night. Make sure I'll go over this again. There is a thing that we have, the SSN Nation way. We talked about get a 775 credit score by December 31st. Have real estate or a business outside the United States jurisdiction, meaning not in the U.S. territories, not in the U.S. states. That means in a real separate country. Bank account, real separate country. All right? 775 credit score. Those are the three things. The reason why the credit score is so you can get 0% interest. Right now you can get 21 months, 24 months easily. And you don't even need a 775. But they're going to offer people with a better credit rating. This is what I believe. In about, this is April, going to be May. So 3 to 4 months, somewhere in there, I expect 0% for 36 months. You need to be able to take advantage of that because then you can make sure the card is a transfer. Your balances that you have at higher interest rates, make sure you transfer that to that card. So now you're paying nearly 99% of your principal is paid instead of a split. Because remember, interest is earned daily. You don't want to pay daily interest average, right? You don't want to do that. So that's one way that you can reduce and free up a little bit of extra cash by making sure you get the stuff off of that stuff, those cars that could be 20%, 25, 30, 35, or even more. These guys can just arbitrarily just raise it whenever they want now. So just make sure you have that score so you can be prepared, because I would not be shocked, because the all-time record high is continuing to go for credit card debt in the United States. So that means the risk level is going to come into play, and they're going to have to figure out a way not to have, or figure out a way that they can get on-time payments, way more on-time payments than they will have defaults. That's what they're going to trigger. So, of course, they're a business, so they get to take advantage of write-offs when somebody defaults. And then they sell the debt, which puts you in debt collections, which actually can hurt your credit. So therefore, we don't want any of that, not necessary, because the credit scores have now been messed with. So all you have to do is just make sure you pay on time and you have 4, 5, 6 cards. And your credit score can move up now, because Trump did make it easier for credit. Why? So his Billionaire Boys Club and Millionaire Boys Club can borrow. And now you can take advantage. Like I said, they mess up all the time. But there's instances like now where they really mess up that gives ordinary citizens a way in to make investments, to make money, to do everything, and learn at the same time. So I will go down this again. If you still have not downloaded the Candlestick Trading Bible, 1, all right? This is just my way of thinking. Other people think different ways. I think you need to learn, so now you can explain to somebody. Just like when I was going over this chart right now. When I said it hit the resistance level, it's still sitting here, by the way, which is funny. That's funny. After I told you like 4 or 5 minutes ago that it was at the resistance level, it's still sitting right where it should be sitting. It hasn't been going down. All right, just so you know. So you would start recognizing this. I've only been doing this 9 months, but this was easy because the market is moving in a directions. So it's not hard to see it. But when it's doing this choppy thing, just remember that means it's consolidating. So you shouldn't even be in that section. You just wait for things that make sense to you. Like if you see I don't really like giving any particulars because everybody trades different. But in this case, we had a down candle this size. Next candle was, I'll use red for negative sell and a green for buy. A buy candle the same size. So you wait for the other candle, but traditionally you're going to see first one's red, next one's green. Traditionally, you should see red. Guess what happened? Red. Now you're saying, and it's at the peak, right? So the odds of it coming down. So the next candle is down a little but green. Next candle hits red. And then it's a runoff because now everything's going down. Just going down. And by the way, it did break the 4-hour low. And the resistance level, it's trying to still hang right there. It doesn't really like trying to go back down to the low of the last, what is that, 4.5 hours, because they had a big candle. But see, that's where all the buyers are. They're not going to see, that's the thing. They're probably hovering right in there. And that also, if you have a, what do I want to call this? I'll just tell you guys, I have, what do I call this? I have something that I couldn't believe when I saw it. And there's going to be an upside too. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's called the supply and demand order blocks. It's sideways where it shows the most of demand, and then it shows where there's less sale orders. So I can actually see less sell orders on the side, and I wish I would have had this from the very beginning. There's supply and demand order blocks, and it reads sideways for me. So now I can see where the highest demand is, where most of the orders are, and where less orders are, which for me ended up helping. That gives me something that I like in my head. And then I can also put it within a range. So now I use the high and the lows of the order books. So then you know where the buyers are again to reconfirm. So, like, see, I can tell there's way less buyers down where we're going. And by rights, we should, let's see, we should go down. Nah, that's where the buyers are, though. But we're still going down. People are selling because there was a huge candle 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago, huge candle. And so those people now have to offload, which is what happened as it went down. But now the other ones who are below them are the ones that's sitting there fighting to go back up because they're buying now since it came back to where they're hanging out. So it's sitting still. It's still they're fighting. It's gonna happen because nobody wants it to go below that. Yep, exactly. Crazy. You could see it. Yeah. So there was no reason not to exit the trade and take your profits, right? Why not? That's what the crazy thing is. Take your profits, go home, call it a day. All right, we're going to go out. Thank you so much. Let's go. Once I'm flush, I'm checking out. I'm already up, but I believe it's going to drop fast. Yeah, it's in fact, oh man, I wish I should have kept it up. What are you actually trading right now? What are you watching for? The Nasdaq or something else? Because the Nasdaq is lagging right now behind the US 30. But I don't know what's going to happen. That's kind of weird. Uh-oh. We hit the bottom where the guys are. Yup. 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 Well, it's kind of like the 4 hour low, three hour. That's where the big candle came up. And so you had buyers underneath here. And now that it's dropped back down, they're fighting. This is just staying like right here. This is it. This is what's supposed to happen, quite frankly. All right, let's see what Nasdaq's doing. Nasdaq actually had a big candle just 20 minutes ago on the downside, but it didn't respond like the other one. So it went down until it also hit its, well, it's acting a little different than Nasdaq. SPY, yeah, it's consolidating, it looks like. Yeah, it is. It's in consolidation mode, but there was a ride up, ladies and gentlemen, like 10 hours ago. But you could have rode up a long way up until 4 hours ago if you're doing the SPY. So if that's what you're referring to, then you had a nice ride. Very nice ride. And I don't have my order books on this one. But that was a very nice ride up, and it's consolidating right now. So if you're on the SPY, then that makes sense why you're saying I'm up, because that was a nice little ride. But I don't know if there's going to be any consolidation going downward or any direction right now. This looks pretty solid. That looks pretty solid. If you're on the NASDAQ, yeah, the fight continues, but it's like, sheesh. These guys, yeah, the fight still continues. It looks like we found the bottom potentially for the NASDAQ and the US 30, but we'll see. Yep, there goes a big candle on the bottom. Some people would enter right here, some won't. They might want to see after this closes out. Oh, and by the way, I'm on the short. I'm on the 5 minute. So this is the US 30. Oh, the candle is, well, I thought it was going to close out, but it's big. It engulfed the last two, and we're talking green. So we'll see. This is where the buyer's been hanging. This isn't hard to figure. Once you understand the markets, you got to study a little bit. Let's see. Let's see. We did wheel strategy. We can do that. S&P. He's doing the S&P. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was. Oh, yeah. This could have. If somebody was doing something earlier today, you had a run up all. Let's see. That's. What time is that? That's 01. After hours. If you would have hit. Wow. There was an opportunity like 5 hours ago. If you'd have been trading 5 hours ago and would have done a buy, you could have went from like 67, call it 57, up to 68, 80, and been home free. If you would have held that long, which it's possible. It would have been possible that somebody could have held for like, oh wait, that's a swing trade then. That's like, oh, I read the time wrong. That would have been hours ago. So then, yeah, that would have been like 5, 6 hours ago. But if you'd have done a swing trade today, sheesh, and started like last night or early morning and just let it run up until, wow, 2 hours ago, you could have went a long way. Depending on lot sizes, you could have done damage. Let's see if I'm right on this one. Yeah, S&P, you could have done damage all day. Congratulations, MDA. Because if you're doing SPY, you did damage. And the guys are still fighting right where they should be fighting. It's just crazy. Which means you should not be in the game. Because you don't have any, like I wouldn't be trading that right now. The USD JPY, which in post-retirement travel always ask me about the Forex. USD JPY, also people are fighting. It's sideways. So we've hit a roadblock right now until there's some sort of an announcement. Or, yeah, everybody's fighting right now. Let me go check out gold. And gold, it's just been choppy all day. I see here, it's just up. It's up a bit, then down a bit. Up a bit, then down a bit. It's just been kind of... What about silver? Not really my liking. Yeah, the actual U.S. stock indexes, even crypto, which is Bitcoin, and yeah, the indexes, you could have done damage with S&P. Could have done damage with the U.S. top 30. And now they're consolidating. Yep. Okay. Like I was on the US 30. It's definitely the guys that where it stopped. It's now 4 candles in the last 20 minutes. It's going sideways. So that's exactly what should have happened. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this helps you out. Let me see what else we got. Oh, we got some more. Hold on. Yep, it will drop, he says. Let me see. Let me check the S&P if you're on the same wavelength I would be. Oh. Yeah, let me do something. Let me move my order book over. Let me see what's going to happen. Oh, that's my order blocks. That's not what I want. Okay, wait. Where is it? Oh, volume. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's go look. Oh. Oh, it's out of whack right now. Ladies and gentlemen, MDA0214, he's doing the S&P 500. He's exactly right. It's out of whack. It rose, but according to the order books, there are hardly any orders up there. And it's in the nosebleed section. So, I hate to really talk this because I'm no expert at this. I haven't been trading long enough. MDA, it will drop, he says. He also says it happened in seconds. I was in it, took it up. Now I'm going to write it down. Exactly. I see what are you doing? Are you doing like, hold on, let me go check something. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the 1 hour over here. Okay. Let me go see what happened. Choppy. 15 minute. Oh, 15 minute was a nice little ride up. 30 minutes, a nice ride up. I was on the 1 hour. That was a nice ride up. The order books was right at the bottom. Sheesh. But I'm looking at this right now. And yeah, it's above the highs. And the order book that I just pulled up, it's definitely going to drop, like you said. I mean, it should. So basically, just so everybody understands, I look at different things different ways. For me, since I have order books, I have the most concentrated buying in the middle, right? So what happened on the S&P is exactly what MDA is talking about. Everything has a middle line and things come back to the middle, whether it's on the bottom side, the low side, the sell side, and then it comes back up to the middle. And then when you break the middle and go up here to the top, it'll eventually comes back down because it generally stays within this middle section. All right, just for simpleness, that's what it is. So what happened today is the S&P went from here up to here. All right, and now it's consolidating up here. So MDA is saying, as I would be saying also, the correction means it should come down. Now, when will it come down is going to depend on several factors, but it's not coming down. I'm on the 1 hour right now. So, I mean, sometimes you go look, and now I'm on the 5 minute, and the 5 minute shows that it has come down. So it all depends on how you're doing your trades. But it would appear it would have more ways to go down, regardless of what the 5 minute says, regardless of what the 1 minute says, because it says it's in the trading blocks on my thing. But on the 30 minute, it's out of whack. 15 minute, it's right in the middle. 1 hour, it's showing it's way out of whack. So if I'm looking at this, this would look like, yeah, and I just did the 4 hour. Yeah. Yeah, and I just saw the 4 hour where the low is for the last, let's see, that's a week though. So yeah, I agree with you. MDA 0214, we're on the same book, same page. If it take too long, I will just take profit and try again at 2 a.m. Yeah, it's looking like it's a consolidation effort all the way across. But it could break at any time because the 5 minute and the 1 minute shows it's already have broken in a certain, hold on, let me check something. Let me go look at something. Yeah, see, it's actually consolidating downward, but it's not, the range is small. The range is like 68.94, 68.96, so it's not like a huge movement at all. Unlike the hour that rose up all day or a late night, or this is crazy to watch. So yeah, I'm looking at this. it appears it would go down. But why will it go down or why will it go up? And remember, MDA, you don't take any, you don't listen to any news though, right? Because I think that something's going to happen, right? So Rubio and Israel talks Tuesday. I don't know what they mean by Tuesday because they're not giving a time, right? Because remember, it's like, what is it? Isn't it like 6 a.m. in the morning in Tehran? Let's go look. I don't really care what it is. Just give me the time. 7:14 a.m. See? So there could be some, they could be talking in the next 3 hours, 2 hours. And then something comes out where Lebanon says, F you. We're not going to agree with you, man. We're not giving up our land. We ain't giving up none of this stuff. What are you talking about right now? Because Rubio's with Israel. They're not, there's nobody mediating this stuff. That's crazy. Just like Jared Kushner, when he goes, he's Jewish. So when you have J.D. Vance go talk to Iran, and then you bring Kushner there, what type of negotiations are these? They're talking for Israel. They're not resolving anything because the problem is Israel. It's not anybody else. It's Israel. So you come to a meeting acting like you're with my enemy and then talking about you're neutral, trying to resolve something? How? You're with my enemy over here and trying to kill me. That's not any mediations. I'm not going to come to any agreements like this. Who does this crap? All right. We got something happening with the US 30. It's starting to rise. Oh, there was a big candle that went up. Oh my gosh, that was crazy. That was a sweep up to take people out who had stop losses. Oh man, that's cold. That's cold. I've seen this too many times. That's cold-blooded. What the? Wait, what? What's happening? What are you doing? Why is this? Are you serious right now? Oh, these guys are playing games. This is funny. Interesting. Yeah, they just did a huge sweep to take anybody out, and it's way out of whack right now. So this ought to be interesting. Could be a rise up, but I don't think it's going to be anything significant. But anyhow, I'm going to get out of here, ladies and gentlemen, because we can talk about this all night, especially when we have somebody out here that's also trading at the same time. So I just want you guys to get in there, get in the game. First thing, Candlestick Trading Bible, go get it. Second thing, or once you get that, download it. Also, go if you want to do TradingView. A lot of people use TradingView. It's an excellent platform. They have demo accounts too. You're just gonna have to sign up with whatever brokers they use because they're regulated. They like regulated brokers. I don't, so I use CoinEx, which is what I'm looking at right now. And CoinEx does have a referral link, so yeah, that's cool. They give you a 2 cent, 3 cents whenever if somebody else decides to sign up. Now, remember, they use MetaTrader 4 and 5. TradingView is more advanced. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Now, in MetaTrader 4, MetaTrader 5, they do have software that can help you in their software. They have tools that can help you. All right? It's that simple. And it'll get you familiar, but TradingView trades differently, or it's easier tools. I'll just put it that way. And so they have different, again, regulated environments. I like CoinEx. They're not regulated because when they send money down, they alternate their wallet. Plus, there's no way to match it anyhow. They know the wallet I sent it up to, but When they send it out, they don't use that same wallet to send out. Plus, it's a different amount than I sent up. So there's no real way to track. And since it's not regulated where it's going, nobody can track it. So yeah, if you know my stuff, you'll know the way up, but you won't know the way down. I prefer it that way. Outside the United States goes the coin banker's card. Let me see. I always keep it right here. Or did I lose it? Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. Banker's card. You pay for this. $50 shipped. Takes 3 to 4 weeks to come to you in America oftentimes. Does not have your name on it, which is a good thing. You can't get a cash advance at a bank because you need a name on it so they can track you. So therefore, built in so they don't track you, all right? I'm just saying, I just have this thing about a broke country. So that's the other thing. And if you want a metal card, the metal card doesn't have the tap feature. That's $100. Does have money-making abilities. When you refer somebody and they buy a card, yes, you get a little commission. If somebody uploads, there is a 4% fee. 1% commission, 3% the company keeps transaction fees, right? You guys know, just like ATM and all them, except they're a company. I'll pay the 4% because I like privacy. And I have my own little demons that I deal with, right? So that's the deal right there. So Bankus, if you want to know more about it, Tuesdays and Thursdays, they do have a Zoom call. All right. So people are using the card already. If you are in our SSN Lifestyle WhatsApp group, I post some stuff from people that are posting things when they've went to order tickets online because they give you a virtual card, or when people went to the ATM machine or the grocery store, 7-Eleven, they're all happy because they can extract their crypto, and they can also send money to people anywhere in the world that also has a Bankus account at zero charge. And those people can buy a card, or they can use their virtual card that's on the app. I'll be making a video probably tomorrow about this, so you can check it out. I made one video, but the thing is, I probably should talk about the money making aspect of it, but I wasn't and never have been interested in that. But since I do have a link, people have ordered, so yeah, I made some commission, but that's not my whole goal, because if you start trading and you don't want the United States or anybody to know how much you made, then there's ways that you can download it onto this card. This is not a wallet. This is actually just like one of those debit cards that you load up the money, right? So once it's loaded there, it's there. And so you can either use your ATM machine, you can charge, you can use your virtual card online to charge for online stuff, or anywhere, quite frankly, over the phone, but I wouldn't recommend over the phone. But the point is, or actually it doesn't even matter, because they have a safety feature for the virtual card, which I forgot about. The virtual card is very interesting because they alternate the CVV code. So even though they have your card number, let's say it's compromised, your card number and your expiration date, the CVV code that you use right now will not be valid after you used it in the next few minutes. So therefore, it's not going to work if somebody actually had if it was compromised. That's the cool part. So there you have some of the features that I love about it. All right. So you can change your crypto into usable cash. And if you're outside the US or in a country that has different currency, because you're in that country, you get that country's currency when you withdraw. The same value as a USDC or USD. So that's the other good news too. You don't have to go US or anything. You just put the currency and you get it. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty sweet. Just like any other Visa debit card, you can pick. which currency you want. If you go to the grocery store in DR, oftentimes they go, do you want USD or do you want peso? So it's up to you. But people always think that it costs less in the currency of the country when in fact, no, they match it. So when I go to La Bruja the last time, which was 2 years ago, and they say, and I order my ribs, and the ribs used to be like 900 and I think it was 945, 950 pesos. All right, roughly 13, 14 bucks. Then I go 2 years ago for the SSN Lifestyle Music Fest. Our music fest, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Just saying. Put on by me. Just saying. All right. Club Nouveau. Yes, the Club Nouveau that you know, rumors and all that stuff. Lean on Me, Grammy Award winners. Sean Rayford, jazz artist, both with bands. Local artist at Caribbean Lake Park. All right. It was cool. Not cool with the guys there, but cool. I mean, the bands and all that's fine. It's just DR was not cool. For me. A lot of reneging, a lot of changing stuff, a lot of looking at what I was doing, trying to make more money for them. It was just craziness. So this is what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And I don't think we're going to be doing anything with that hotel that we talked about tonight either. And I lost my train of thought because it gets so mad when I think about all this stuff that I did with the SSN Lifestyle, and I was trying to help DR, and these guys are like, we don't want... I mean, I'm not saying they don't want help, but all I'm trying to say is they were trying to figure out how they can mess over somebody versus actually doing what they agreed to do. And so that made it turn into something different for me. Smile in your faces and all that crap. But then when it comes down to doing the business stuff, they're trying to figure out how to extract money from you, steal from you, altering deals, no contract is legitimate kind of thing. That's why I can't mess with DR really, unless I actually have everything in stone and it's basically where I'm controlling everything. So otherwise I can't do business with people there. So even nobody, even the people that make the money, and you did a service for them, then checks. Where's the money? No, man. You get hurt like this. So it's best if I don't go to the island. It doesn't really matter. I don't have any problems with anybody. It's just that I know how I am, and if I see somebody, even though we might have dealt with our situation, it was dealt with on a compromise, but you still ain't my friend. That's the problem. It's not like you're my friend, right? It's like if I see you, I'm still gonna have words because you screwed me over. So even though I agreed to a compromise, I'm still not slapping like, what's up? You know, I'm slapping like, get the F out of my face. That's all I'm going to be saying. So, and I know I'm going to run into these people because it's a small place. It's not that big. It's not like we got 1 million people. And plus, there's not that many cool places to hang out. Let's get real. All right. So let's call what it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out. All right. What? Do they still owe you money? Are you kidding me? You can pursue it via legal ways. Yeah. No. Well, okay. A few people do owe me money. But it's not anything major. Because I did a compromise. So instead of it being like 60 G's, whatever, it's probably like 4 or 5. But the compromise meant I didn't get 60 G's like I was supposed to, right? So everything's a compromise. Or it was going to be nothing at all, that would have been catastrophic because I'd be probably locked up in DR right now. Maybe. Doubtful, though. but maybe. But here's the thing with your legal ways in DR. If you have legal, you can forget about it. The group of they're supposedly, what do you call that thing? There's a layer of people that's supposed to help financial problems with the courts. They're worthless. The court, basically, you're going to pay a lawyer in DR. This is the problem. DR knows how the lawyers and everything are just like in America. They're no different. Just like if you said, hey, I have a DUI, the lawyers say it's X amount if I'm going to handle it. Just like if you have a federal case, depending on what the charge is, the lawyers go, 50 G's, 100 G's, just to get started, that kind of thing. They do the same thing. So, and they know, just like American courts, if I do anything with lawyers in the DR and you go to court, first of all, your court first appearance for your attorney and you might be 6 months, 7 months, 8 months later. When you go see them 6, 7, 8 months later, the reason I know this is because there are people who contacted me that did lawsuits against developers. All right. So they go 6, 7, 8 months later. They're thinking, cool, I'm going to bring in my receipts. This should be handled easily. Oh, no. Because the DR system is what it is, they go, no, this isn't this today. You got to come back in another 8 months. You're already at the year and a half. Gave some lawyers 10 G's. And a year and a half later, they go, oh, well, you guys got to go talk and mediate and get everything done. And they're looking at them like, well, why didn't you just say this from the get-go? So now now they have to pay the lawyer some more money. And now you're at 2 years with no resolution, pissed off, because while you're doing that, you now are fighting the developers are saying you owe more money because the price costs more. Right. And I'm just going to give you something that's crazy, cut and dry. A guy pays for a villa. Okay? Paid for the villa because he wanted things to be upgraded in his villa. He paid for the materials to be delivered. They fix up the place. So now the guy has to go and get title. But guess what? The developer can't get the title because he owed money for the lot. A little left over, right? You know what the developer does? Now, mind you, they're already at court. Started the court process, so he's a year and a half in, right? So now the guy goes down, the developer goes down to get title. You know what else he gets? He gets a loan from the bank for the delivered villa in the developer's name. So now the house has hundreds of thousands of dollars of an IOU, and the dude has the title. That's the developer. So basically, the developer stole the house. The guy's in court, shows the paperwork, 2 years. When he gets to court, you know what the judge says? Oh, I don't see what the problem is. Dude lost his mind. This is in DR. Dude has proof of payments, proof of the contract, proof of everything, shows the developer stole the house literally, got a loan, and he was still in court at year 2 saying, what are you going to do about this? Come see us. Next court date, 6 months from now. This is crazy. That's just one. So, this lawyer stuff, lawyers can't do jack crap other than some things. But even I had lawyers, and the developers would say, like, I'll give you an example, like Primavera 2, right? They owed me $8,200. They sent everything to the lawyer. Everything I could show you right to this day in emails, contracts, three ways, everything. They go, okay, here's your $8,200 back. We're gonna wire it to you. This is during the SSN lifestyle, by the way. So I'm like, cool. Since I'm here, I'll just come pick it up. They go, no, we'll wire it to you. Because they thought I wasn't there. See, I didn't tell them I was in DR. They thought I was in the USA. So they go, oh, yeah, we're going to give you the 8,200. I said, cool. I'll come down to your office and pick it up. Oh, no, man. We're going to wire it to you. So I'm like, well, I'm going to be, they didn't know I'm going to be there another 3 weeks. So, all right, fine, whatever. Wire it to me. A week goes by. Hey, what's happening? So I called the attorney. I said, hey, man, where's the money? So he calls in, whatever. They send over some stuff going, oh, yeah, we messed up. We put it in peso or something. Well, BS. So then finally, they wire the money, send over, hey, it's Banco Popular's who we used. Here's some banking info. We sent it to you yesterday or the day. I can't remember the time. I said, all right. So I'm thinking it's DR Bank to DR Bank, so it should be there like yesterday. So I I called my bank, or not call. I look on my app. Money's not there. Next day. So the next day I say, hey, call the attorney. I said, hey, man, they sent over paperwork saying that they sent the money. I see it. Yeah, but it's not in my account. He's like, what? I said, yeah, not in my account, man. He's like, well, that's weird. I said, yeah, it's weird, but you know what? Banco Popular is nearly right next door to my Scotia Bank. I'm going to go to Scotia Bank. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Banco Popular. So I go to Banco Popular with my info, and I say, hey, man, what's going on? These dudes sent me like $8,200 like 2 days ago at this point. What's happening? Why are you guys holding up my money? Because the other guys, Primavera 2, Punta Cana, whatever their name is, realtors, I think is what their name is. They go, oh no, man, Banco Popular is holding it up. So I went to Banco Popular. I was in there. They're going, you're not a member here. I said, I don't have to be. Somebody in your branch wired me money, and I want to know where my money is. And so I give them paperwork. Banco Popular, the lady over here on the left where you walk in, is looking at me like, this dude's crazy. She's trying to tell me, oh, well, we can't help you. I go, what do you mean you can't help me? You wired the money to me. Where's the person that wires the damn money? She's like, oh, he sits over there. He's out to lunch. It's like 2 in the day. Okay. So I wait 15, 20 minutes. The guy comes back. I said, hey, man, where's my $8,200? They sent it like 2 days ago. Here's the info. Check it out. Here's the text messages and everything. What's happening? He's like, hold on. This dude takes another 15 minutes. This is at Banco Popular, right? Something very simple. He comes back. You know what he says? He says, oh, man, there's some problem. I go, what do you mean some problem? Where's the 8,200? He's like, oh, man, you got to call the people that sent it. I can't give you any more info because you're not a member of this bank. I was like, come on, man. Are you kidding me right now? So now I call Punta Cana, the Primavera dudes, and I say, hey, man, what's these dudes at the Banco Popular telling me to contact you again? And I tell my attorney, and I'm like, what's going on, man? They told me to contact you. That I said, I don't understand what's happening, but you were supposed to send 8,200. So now the lawyer calls over. Day 3, lawyer calls over, says, and whatever happens, I'm not on the call, I'm not on anything. And so I I contact Punta Cana Realtors. I go to their office. I said, man, just write me a check. I don't see a problem. I'm right here right now. It's 8,200. You owe me. Just write the check for 8,200. Forget this other nonsense. The lady goes, what? I said, what is wrong with you people? I was just here like last week. You know exactly who I am. What are you doing? Just go back and cut the check. So she goes back there for 30 minutes. Comes back out with a check. She says, hey, this is the check we have for you. I said, oh, good. That's all you had to do in the first place. The check says 4,200. So now I kind of like, this is DR. I'm pissed. I said, is this all you guys do is rip people off? So you have agreements. We have everything in writing. You even talk with the attorney and everything. So I call the attorney. I say, hey, man, they're trying to cut me a check for 4,200. Is there anything that you're going to do? He says, yeah, I can do something. Primavera also owes you money. What? I will hire the attorney, like you said, even if I have to give up 50%. Do the lawyers there operate the same way some of them do here? Like they only get paid if winning case? No. You gotta give them the money, some money. So now that's where we go. I go there, they cut a check for 4,200, they ain't 8,200 like we agreed. He goes, well, do you want to go to court? I'm like, how much is that gonna see? That's where it comes in, right? How much is it gonna cost me? Well, because it's you, I could do 2-3 G's, but now that means you're not gonna get the 42, and now we're gonna have to wait whatever the court time is. So whatever the resolution is going to be, it's not going to be in the next week or 2 or 3 or months. So if that's the way you want to go, so then it was obvious, just what you just said. I said, well then, there's no sense in me giving you 2-3 G's waiting for 8,200. So I guess 4,200 it is. So that's the compromise that I made, right? One of them. So there's 4,200 that I got back out of 60 G's. But anyhow, that's how it goes, man. But that's a bunch of crap. Maybe the lawyer was in with them. That's what I started thinking too. You can make a mafia movie with your experience. Damn, I know. Oh man, wait till the movie. Hey, my friend's making a book. I told you guys before, he's writing a book. Before I met him, this is the first book. When me and him actually meet each other later, which is going to be in his second book, ooh, you guys don't want, I'll let you know if this happens. I don't know if I'll be on, but I might still be on, but it'll probably be 2 years from now. The second book, it's going to be fire. Nobody's going to believe it. Trust me, nobody is going to believe it. They're all going to sit there and go, this is made up. They're going to go, there's no way this stuff happened. Trust me. But yeah. So anyhow, I took 4,200 out of the 8,200 that I was owed. So that's one of the things. And that little fat dude. Yeah. We got. I'm not gonna run into him because I never ever ran into him. But if I did, we got to have some words too. Because actually they've done more, because Primavera 2 was supposed to have certain things. Everybody, just in case you don't know, I guess it's going to be 3 hours tonight. Primavera 2. I had Primavera residences, right? And in their plans and everything, they showed the buildings and and the placement and the master plan that they showed me had one condo project. So they called it, what did they call that? Residences, Primavera Residences 2, right? Okay. So how it goes down with them is, first of all, they were speaking English before I put money down. So it was an 82,000 2-bedroom, 3-bath condo, penthouse. 82 grand. Awesome, right? At Primavera 2. So as soon as I gave them the 10% down, which was 8,200, all of a sudden they don't know English no more. Because I was sitting there asking them, okay, when's my payment coming? Because once you sign the contract, we had a payment plan. So then I was trying to get them to say, okay, hey, what about every 3 months, every 4 months, or whatever? And so then they were like, no English, not responding. And I was like, what are you talking about? People were talking to me on the phone in English. Now all of a sudden you're acting like no habla English after I gave him the money. So that's when I got pissed. I was like, hold up. Hold up. What are you guys doing right now? That's awfully weird. So I basically said, oh no, just give me my money back. At that time, I said, just give me my money back, man. I ain't doing business with you guys. Because this is BS. So they said they would. Never did. I never tripped about it. Then one day in November, I get an email talking about we're going to do delivery of the unit. So I go down to see the unit. So I get upstairs to the penthouse unit, and it's only a half a bath. So I'm like, this is supposed to have a full bathroom upstairs. Why does this have like a half bath? This is a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath instead of a 2-bedroom, 3-bath. I said, this isn't acceptable because I was going to make a room upstairs on the terrace and enclose it. And so I said, that's weird. That's not working for me. So I go out there, take pictures. You guys know, you guys have seen it. That was a 2-bedroom penthouse unit. And so all of a sudden, you know what they say? They say, oh, that's Primavera Residences 1. I go, what are you talking about right now? There's no plans of any other condos on this street or this building. I have all the plans. They go, oh no, we sold this other building. You got that email by mistake. I was like, how do I get the email by mistake when my delivery date was supposed to be the same as this? What are you talking about? So anyhow, I never made any payments, so I wasn't really mad. It's just that I was like thinking, remember, I'm pretty sure some of you were here. I was thinking like, hey man, maybe, okay, I will take it now that it's finished. Okay. But as it turns out, Primavera Residences 1 was a whole nother condo project, which the penthouse unit was 2 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. So the email they sent me for delivery was not for me for some reason. And all of a sudden, there's another project next door that's called Primavera Residences 2, which obviously was not complete. Just saying. So I'm trying to figure out, how do I get an email when I wasn't in Primavera Residences 1 talking about it's complete, knowing full well the delivery date had passed already for the project. So I'm like confused. So after they said no, I said, okay, you're going to give me my money back? Then we good. Okay, fine. So anyhow, I don't even know of whatever happened with Primavera Residences 2. I don't even hear nothing about Primavera Residences at all. The condo project. What was it called? It's called, I keep calling it Primavera Residences 2, but that's the project name. Simon Residences. That's what it's called. Simon Residences 1, which doesn't show on the master plan, and Simon Residences 2, and they use the same pictures, the exterior pictures for Simon Residences 1, but in the pictures it said Simon Residences 2. So No brochure said there was a Simon Residences 1. So I don't know when they sold Simon Residences 1, but up pop Simon Residences 1 and Simon Residences 2 apparently are side by side. Except the penthouse units are different. So anyhow, after they did that, then I started being like, wait, what else is going on? And come to find out, I had the brochure when I bought that showed there was supposed to be a tennis court, paddleball tennis court. There was supposed to be a game room right beside the or near that tennis court. There's supposed to be a pool. There's supposed to be a fitness center and a basketball court, which they put the basketball court in. And they were supposed to have 4 pools. Like I said, the game room, the fitness room, well, the game room and fitness room and the tennis courts, they were like, I don't think we're going to build those. So I was like, you guys are something else. And meanwhile, people already bought their villas because the project is a villa project. The people don't even know that they're not going to build it. So they thought they were going to have like a basketball court, a game room, right? Ping pong, pool tables, lounge area, workspace. They thought they were going to have a tennis court, paddle court. They thought they were going to have another swimming pool. And they thought they were going to have 4 swimming pools altogether. As it turns out, no. And they didn't tell nobody. So they have the basketball court and 3 swimming pools. The game room, the fitness room, and the tennis court, no go. So people, obviously you don't hear nothing about Primavera now because a lot of shenanigans they did. They've done Primavera 4. There's 4 of them. And basically you don't really hear that much about them. And there's a reason. Because they F over people. All right? And George's Charles Villa still isn't built yet, by the way. It was supposed to be built 2 years ago. So, there you go. Another option you have is to connect with others that also jammed up and filed a lawsuit as a group. Nah. That's a lot more affordable even if you get less at the end. Damn, I'll be on their faces daily. You can't do it. It's not like that. The DR justice system is for the developers. That's why the developers do this. It should have been the other way around. They should have protected their investors. And this is why there's a problem right now. Or going to, I should say it's going to be a problem. Because the only reason it's not a problem is because, well, it's a problem. I've already made a video about what's going to happen. It's very simple. They're going to overbuild. They're not going to do any of the infrastructure they need. And some of the places are going to go up in value, like Cap Cana, for instance, keep rising in value. But they're their own little city, right? Vista Cana, their own little city, right? Downtown, well, downtown's in the population, right? So they're going to overbuild, and eventually, I believe there's going to be people saying, well, I can't live on 20% occupancy, 10% occupancy, 25, 30% occupancy. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to sell my unit. Then they're going to be an oversupply of units because you're not going to have tourist numbers such as what you need next year. 10.5 million to, no, we're past that. We were supposed to have 9.5 to 10. So next year we're supposed to have 10.5 to 11. I mean, sorry, this year, 10.5 to 11. We're not going to reach that. So you're going to have an overbuild, and then eventually there's going to be a lot of availability on the market, and then people are going to have to sell down. So that's why I say don't invest in pre-construction in DR unless it has to be an upscale luxury location. But even then, that's highly risky because I think there's going to be an oversupply. So that means just what we're having right now. You guys, let me show you. Hold on. Let me show. Oh, I can't. Hold on a second. You know these guys are selling homes in DR now for 400 grand, 350, 400, 500, 800, 900 grand, right? That is a problem because now that's just like being anywhere in the world. So you're going to need something better than what they have right now, in my opinion. Because a lot of people, when they buy something, they downgrade, right? If I'm in America and I have to spend, let's say the average price here is 429,000. Why would I now I have water, sewer, septic, electricity is all hooked up, we all good. Why would I go to an island and buy a house for 400,000 on a septic system with electrical problems? Well, I don't mean electrical problems. All I mean is there's a electricity costs an arm and a leg, and you can't drink the water. I mean, it's a myriad of things. Why would I settle for me, I'm not settling for less for the same price that I can just go buy anything in America for anywhere and still have a comfortable pad. That's the problem that's coming up. And I'm in groups and things where people are trying to sell their project, pieces of property. There's one piece of property I did talk about the other day that was 165,000 in Los Corrales, which is a shocker. It's the only one, and it's by the water. I can't believe somebody has not picked this up, but somebody has to pay cash, right? Because, well, you're not going to get a loan with the bank at 9% for a year and then 12 to 13 to 14% adjustable for 40 grand or something, or well, 50, 60 grand. You're not going to do that, right? That's crazy. Double, damn near 9% on, well, hold on, let me figure this out. It would be 25% down, so you're going to have to pay 50 G's, and then you'll have about 90 G's left. So you're going to pay 900 a month fixed for 1 year, and then after that it could be adjustable for 5 or 6. I mean, they got crazy stuff. So that starts getting crazy, right? Adjustables. And then, by the way, last year, or was it last month? It was either last year or last month, I can't remember. It was 4.3% inflation. So all those people that had adjustable loans, you would have had to pay more. Just so you know. All right? So that's what's crazy. You could be paying $1,000 a month, $1,200 a month, and you have HOAs of, like in this case of this one, I'm thinking $375 a month. So $1,200, $1,300 a month. So that means you have to make that. And if you have a fallout such as 20% occupancy or 10% occupancy or worse, you're going to have to pay for that place to sit there. And so now it ends up being a problem. And you have an oversupply coming. And by the way, since you're still here, post-retirement travel, since you're buying at the Cap Cana. Upscale luxury, I do like. The 1 bedroom for 3 something, and they're building oversupply, in my opinion. And I don't know. I mean, it's like they're trying to make it like Miami. They're in Miami right now, I believe, at some sort of tourist event for real estate for the projects, and they're trying to make like Cap Cana, like Miami. I even saw an ad talking about the new Miami in the Caribbean or something like this. And I was like, man, because that's the only way you're going to be able to sell. Like that 2.5 million is going to be in your project. That's Miami stuff right there for sure. But I don't see how it's Miami, because it's just a nice little community that I guess it's going to be the rich and famous are going to live there. That's what I guess they're going to turn it into, which could keep its value and possibly increase value. But there comes a point where, again, oversupply matters. And once you start getting into $400,000, $500,000, it's almost like, what are we doing? Right? When you could live anywhere in the world if you're willing to spend 500 G's. So it kind of starts getting way out of whack. And you can't do Dubai. Dubai's like overbuilt too, right? You can't, I mean, there's only limited places that's going to have a high tourism numbers that are coming to stay there. And it's going to keep happening year after year after year, a growth of some sort. But DR's on a whole different planet. They're building so many units on the island that that's going to come back again to haunt you. There's just no way around it. And if there's a downturn in the economy, which could happen as we speak, oh yeah, the US 30 keeps rising as it should. Just saying, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, had to, and that means NASDAQ is rising as it should. So remember about 30 minutes ago when we said, hey, it should be going back up. Well, it's going, we also said it's going back down, but let me see what the S&P is doing. What happened with the S&P? What's happening? Huh. What time is it? Oh, I know what time it is. Hold on a second. That means I'm locked out for a second. Yeah, on CoinEx, I can't, they have an hour trade where you can't do any trades. So anyhow, on certain indexes, the S&P, yeah, I can't do anything. That's why I'm sitting here looking like, what the hell? So if MDA's on, maybe he can tell me what happened with the S&P, because it should be dropping. But the symbols, see this on the NASDAQ and the US 30, the candles told you it should rise, and the center point is way up, and it's going back up. So, oh, I forgot. I'm in some of these trades because I knew it would go back up. Cool. That's funny. I actually entered some trades and I forgot all about it, but hey, it's going as planned, as I was saying it. So that's pretty cool. Lot size is $3. So cool. So I have 3 trades, but I don't even see them on the screen. Oh, are they the same amount? I'll be damned. I wasn't even paying no attention. Okay, cool. Well, it looks like we made a little money tonight while I was talking, not even paying attention, because, yeah, it's nowhere near the center point. So it just kept going up and up and up while we've been talking for the last 6 hour. How funny is that? Hold on a second. We're getting near the drop points, because that's hitting the top of the low. So I think I'll take some profit and go home. All right, how cool is that? MDA0214. I accidentally did it and forgot about it, but it turns out in my favor anyhow. All right, let's go. But remember, I'm buying Ocean View to Juanillo Beach, and I'm basically at the marina. You can buy a 2-bedroom at other places in Cap Cana for $230. I know. But the situation, I got to tell you, I'm just a little afraid. I have to be honest with you, like I always have been. I'm just a little afraid at the $330 price, because it's a 1-bedroom, and it's not. I know you're near the marina. I know kind of like where it is. It's back because they made clear. It seems like they cleared out some other space so they can make the marina longer, right? So you're going to be right on the water, which is cool. But I just have a hard time with the $330 price for a 1-bedroom. And it's huge. I think it's a 1-bedroom. Yeah, it's a 1-bedroom. So that's, and they have and I can look at Air ROI right now and see that you can't get the 0.1% that I always try to talk about. I can't get anywhere near there. And that's where I have the problem, because here we are, right? Okay, first, there's 2 things since I'm still on. We're going to do 2 things. I'm going to go look at Air ROI, right? Airbnb. I'm going to go. Strong winds cause structural damage at Malacan Center. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Right there. That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay. Hold on a second. I wanted to see if they get news on tourism, because it's April 14th, April 13th. Yeah, see, he's down in Miami. Here we got Dominican Republic wins 7 international tourism. See, this is all they're concentrating on. They just want to keep building out. Yeah, it's okay. So I was right. They are at the trade show still. So since he's at the trade show, he's not making anything out about the tourist numbers for March, which I expect them to have nice tourist numbers. I don't expect anything because, again, they're going to go from 8.9 to 9.3 to 9.5. But that, I mean, 9.3, 9.4 is what I'm guessing. But that only leaves them way behind, 1.1 million to 1.5 million behind, to keep occupancy rates higher than 31% for the island. And now it's going to go down, I believe, because they don't have enough people for all these deliveries this year. So just like hotel units are going to be delivered more. But anyhow, we're going to go help. Here's there's some people that may watch this, even though it's been 3 hours. Thank you so much, everybody. Make sure you smash the like button and all that. Since we're talking about this, this is important to look at, because if you're a real estate investor, you have to think what fits the best for you to invest. So for instance, post-retirement travel, he has no problem with his investment, which is fine. I'm not saying there's something wrong with it. All I'm saying is he should, because he's making the investment for a different reason than I would be making one. So even though I'm like, but I go and check, like, we're Cap Cana, right? Dominican Republic, Marina, for instance. I'm pulling this up, so I'm gonna just, so I don't even know what to use, quite frankly. I'm gonna do something that I know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go July 3rd through July 10th. What I know is, for the last 4 years, 5 years, July and August is like one of the top places that people go, is Dominican Republic. It's been on the top 2 list for the last 3 years for summer. So here's the first thing. Here's the first thing. So anyhow, I got to thank MDA0214 that I got in on some action late night because of him. It hit the top of the high of the lows, and now it bounced off and going back down to the low, but it's already below where it should be. So tomorrow I think there's going to be an upward tick, but we'll find out. I'm talking about the US 30, because that's where I was, and I think that's what's going to happen. So anyhow, let's get back to the situation at hand. All right, so I'm going to put this on screen so everybody can see it. We're not going to hide out. Jazz, the change agent. Oh, I like that name. Cool. Very nice to see you. Okay, let's go. Yes, the 1 bedroom is huge. They're 2 bedroom, the same project, even has a 3rd bedroom for the maid. Wow. However, the cheapest, that's crazy. Yeah, I know. The penthouse is all, I just can't even, 2.2 mil. They were talking about 2.5 mil in their information, which is, that's incredible. I'm just like, man, that's up there. I know the places are huge, but is it worth? See, my thing is, I can't correlate that it's worth that to me. I just don't get it, because I don't look at Cap Cana like a resort tourist type area. See, that's where the problem is for me. I don't look at it like that. They have 5-star hotels, they have all-inclusive hotels, then everything is a la carte, like they put a water park in there. Okay, great, but I don't get to use it. I still got to pay top dollar to go to the water park. And I'm on an island. So I don't even, so that's my problem. If I'm on an island, I'm like, I could care less about a water park. But people go to the water park and pay. They're in Cap Cana. They have the money. That's fine. But again, once you live there, how often are you going to go? That's the thing. It's not like you're on vacation. But anyhow, so now I go to the marina. Marina's shops. Okay, fine. I mean, there's Juanillo. They have 2 beaches there that are very nice. Juanillo Beach is awesome. But the point is, there's beaches around the whole island. It's not like exclusive, but I'm paying exclusive dollars. It's exclusive because it's gated. It's exclusive because they have 5 stars. It's exclusive because they have $2 million homes, right? $3 million homes, 5 million probably, but only in price. They don't have anything in there that makes it like exclusive. They're like a marina. I'm like, okay, great, but that doesn't really mean anything, other than that gives it value of some sort because people that have money come in there because they have some large size boats. And so it's the same theory that Fort Pierce, Florida tried to use when they said, we're going to build a marina. And so people will come. Okay, yeah, people do come when it's high season, like January, February, March, December. But after that, the boats are sitting in the marina. Hardly anybody's there during like now and on, right? So I don't understand how that turns into where it's a tourist thing other than everybody going to the all-inclusives. But we're about to check something out though, right? So we're going to go hunting. We go hunting, and I've already done this before, but this is where my concern is. So I go, hold on, let me put this on the screen. This is why I'm concerned, is because of this right here. I'm going to go look at Airbnb right now in today's money. His unit's not going to be done for, I'm going to guess about 2 to 3 years, right? So 2028, 2029, maybe somewhere in there. Let's call it 2030 probably, the way they operate around here. So anyhow, look, we're by the marina. He's not actually in this marina area. I don't know where he's actually going to be. It could be like along this line. I don't know. But just so you guys understand, I put in July 3rd through the 10th. And I'm going to put in some other filters too, because I want to make it sure that it's the entire home. Okay. So that way there won't be any confusions here. So look at this. This is for 7 nights all in. So you can see this is now, don't get me wrong. Just keep in mind, this is 2026 prices. But look at this. 1478 is only $210 a night. This is $150 per night. And they're going to have like, these are water view, right? Look, this is a 1-bedroom. Water view, they're only charging 200. Well, they get a weekly discount, but even then, even if it was 1,600, do you know good and well this thing did cost more than 200. All right, but but the point is, you can't pay 330, and when you're not even going to get 200. Okay, at least that's the way I look at it in my brain, because now I need like a 60% occupancy rate to make this happen. We're going to get into some things shortly, but obviously this is a great price for somebody that's going to be here, right? So if I'm back here, how am I supposed to charge more than these guys up front? Look at this. That's 1,000. I mean, how am I? This is a studio, so we'll cancel that out. 1,300. 1-bedroom, ocean view. You have ocean view too, but you're not up front. So now these guys up here are just charging this. And keep in mind, this is going to be prime time. Here we go, 1,058 for studio. So that's no good. Here we go. We got something. Oh, that's a 2-bedroom though. See, 225, that's 300 per night. 325 or something, 310, 315, 320. That's about 320 a night. But look, ocean front, that means, okay, in case people are new here, ocean front means when I walk outside my unit, I'm ocean front. Ocean view means like just what you saw from the other pictures where people's units are not on the beach, but you can still see ocean. That's ocean view. And ocean view is what post-retirement travel is going to have. But here's where my problem comes in. Look at this, 2-bedroom, 300 and something per night right now. Now, 3 or 4 years from now, how much will this be? Now, if somebody starts saying that this could be, I don't know, 400, maybe. But how will it be 400? We don't know, because again, I think they're building more units. If you have an oversupply and you don't have enough visitors, the prices have to come down. That's how this works. Now, the other problem I have is this right here. So now when I say, okay, look up here, here's where my other problem starts, because these dudes, 1-bedroom, fishing lodge, 600 for 7 nights. This is a problematic scenario. 738, 1-bedroom, 7 nights. 725, 1-bedroom, 7 nights. 1200, 1-bedroom, beach view, loft. Oh, even a loft, cool. 1212, so that's why they get a little more. But you start seeing everybody has, this is way out of whack. There's no way you can buy these for 330. There's no way. You can't buy these for 250 in my opinion, but people did, I'm sure. So they're in the marina area. So again, I don't know where they're going to be at. It could be back here. But again, you're back. They're up on the front. And this is where see, look, this right here, loft 1208. I can't be doing 3Gs, because this is like 120,000. Well, not really. It's that is what is that, 175 a night, roughly, something like that. Yeah, that's 175K. So there's no way you can just, oh, that's a villa, no doubt. Okay. Let's see, 1902, 2 bedrooms, again, 1902. This is, so in order to, first of all, 300, I'm trying to stay with the 0.1%, ladies and gentlemen. 330,000 means I got to do 330 a night, just so everybody understands. 330 times 7, this is what we'd be looking for, 2310. And not only am I looking for 2310, the problem starts being, I need 2310, I need 50% occupancy or better. None of these dudes are doing 23. Is anybody doing 20? Here we go, 24, but this is a 2-bedroom with the straight up ocean view. So this is, they got villas out here, 1208, okay. Let's go zoom in. I can't, they didn't, that's crazy. All right, so anyhow, this is where I have the problem, because I don't have there's nothing here that indicates even 4 years from now you're going to be able to offset this. I can't see how these guys are going to be, once you start getting to like the 5-star price. What are the 5-star prices? Are the hotels there like 500, 600 per night? Because if somebody says, well, you can have all inclusive and it's going to cost you 4Gs, that's where the problem comes in, right? Because now there's going to be a cap. So now I just do this. As you know, my favorite spot, Air ROI, because it's free. So we get to go look at Air ROI. And now you're going to see some other things, right? Let me get some water, since we're doing a look. Okay. Here's RRI, right? Do we have this? There we go. Okay. AirROI.com in case you haven't been here. So now this can work anywhere in the world. So, and it's free. I mean, I'm using the free version, but it doesn't really matter. So you already see what's happening. The average occupancy rate is 38% in this area. All right. So I'm going to change this to USD. All right. Disregard this average daily rate because it's already upscale luxury. So they have places on the water that charges a lot of money. So that skews the average daily. All right. So here's Juanillo. All right. So here's where I start going, okay. Wait. Is this, hold on a second. Let me double check something. Okay. It doesn't really matter. I'll just stay right here. Let me zoom in a bit because I need something else. I need to zoom in a bit. Oh, this is nice. They're giving me the revenue numbers now? Okay. Okay, they changed this. That's not what I really wanted. Oh, they're giving me revenue numbers. Cool. All right, doesn't really matter. All right. Oh, there's the marina. Okay, here we go. So here's 45.5%, penthouse unit, 25.2%. These are all up front, 57.3%. Okay. 33.7% waterfront villa. That's not going to cut it. Brand new, 44.9% at 307. But see, they're all like on the water. This is weird. They changed some things. This is interesting. I like it though. So now, here we go. We're back here in the back section, 50%. They say private pool, marina. Hold on. What is that? This is something new. This is in the way. Oh, I see what it. Okay. Hey, we can separate. Oh, that's nice. They can give you the occupancy rates now. They changed some things. This is the free version too. Okay, here we go. We have our 30% occupancy, but they don't tell us the condo with pool. Up front, cool. 38%. Beach condo. These are going to be more. 27%. Here goes 178%, but obvious. Oh, look. They're under $200 a night. Of course, they're going to have a high occupancy. It's a studio. They're at 79. 271 ocean front. Getaway, Cap Cana. Yeah, they can get that. 63% studio on the water. Yep, that's exactly what I expect. But when we move away from here, 26%, 64% in this marina fishing lodge. But look at 112 a night. Again, you can't charge 112 a night. 146 a night. I don't know if you're going to charge 146 a night. 144 a night has high occupancy. Yeah, this is interesting. I think these are studios too. That's pretty cheap. 126 per night. 46% occupancy. 2.5 is 270. 2-bedroom though. Makes sense. This is where I just, why is this covering? Okay, 1598 a night. Fishing lodge. They're in the back though. No ocean view more than likely. But that's where the problem I see comes in. I just can't justify that number not being on the water. 307, but he has 17.8% and he's a ways from the water. That's what I, this is what I'd expect. Something along that line. 219 pool with pool cat. Oh, nice. Unit with the pool. Sweet. They get a higher rate. 54%. Oh, they're on the water. Oh, they're at the marina. 1 bedroom, 1.5 baths. 219 per night. And they have a 54% occupancy rate. Estimated revenue 48.3, which it's still revenue, I guess. Everybody has their own investment things, and remember, post-retirement travel does have several units, so it's not like he needs the numbers to be proper. All right, so I just want to show you guys, that's a little bit of what I look at myself. I just go start looking and hunting to see what these numbers really are. They're in the top 90 percentile of performers because that occupancy rate is above 38%. And they have a pretty cool unit. Clearly, that was a cool unit on the water with that pool or whatever it was that was pretty sweet. But again, the further back you are, the higher the risk, and especially if you're not going to be on the fishing village. Because right here is where everybody's in their sweet spot. Everybody's agreed. 144, 126, 146. Everybody's agreeing. 112. We're going to stay right in this little pocket area, and everybody get 50%. That's a great rate right there. Hell, people are paying more than that to stay a lot of places on the island in Punta Cana. And you could be staying here. Now, the thing, like I said, is if you do stay here, it's not like Los Corrales. It's not like downtown. They don't have restaurant, bars, nightclubs, just like you walk down the street. You got to go to the marina. And if you live out here somewhere, that just means a walk, small walk. The sanctuary chill, ooh, never mind. That's nothing. That's nothing. Get out of that. That's only 0.3%. Back here, 151. Yeah, we're not anywhere near. Yeah, there's no numbers here that I like, other than up here, of course. Those numbers I like, but nobody's buying for 150 G's, though. You have to pay more than that in a fishing village now. So the winners are these people that bought first years ago. Their units were way cheaper. 17% back here at 283. Not on the water or anything, probably no views. It just says close to beach, so they're not going to do anything. 7.1%. Yeah, that's I'm checking. I don't see, it gets kind of risky for me. But anyhow, you're in, man. So 3 years from now, we'll all find out how this washes out. And the property itself should be worth way more than 330 if everything goes well. Hopefully you won't have people trying to flee, right? Because people don't want to just let it sit there. And it's been a few years. They said, well, I'm going to take my profit and run. I don't know how it's all going to work out, but we'll see. That's the cool part. We'll see how predictions come. That was my prediction. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to go. Thank you so much for being here. 4 hours. We're in. We got to go. MDA0214, congratulations. I know you took a little bit of profit. And so did I while we're on the live stream. I appreciate your help with that. And with all that said, ladies and gentlemen, please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here. So therefore, you got to make your mark right now while they're doing this blockade, while Trump is doing damage all over the world. The stock markets react. You got to take advantage of it. Hopefully I left you enough tools tonight, so therefore you can download some of this software. Come join me on Tuesday. Don't forget the banking situation. There'll be links down below at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern. Check them out. You might want to have one of these, and your friends and your family. You might all want to have these, and especially around the world when you can send money in the back office directly to the other person without any fees. So just keep that in mind. That is major. And you can make money sharing your link as well for a long time. So with all that said, no matter what you do out here, be safe. A lot of people are on stress related mindsets. So just make sure you do that, because take care of yourself and take care of your health, because stress kills, stress causes problems. So therefore, just try to stay even keeled. The highs and the lows all come with life. That's just part of it. And with all that said, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.